And we have an announcement to make. It's very important that you put the extra seats back in their position when you borrow our extra seats. You must put them directly back after borrowing them in a race, so the other drivers can also use it. Put the seats back. One other thing, while we do the classic round and we have the pit lane, it's not allowed to walk the pit lane during racing. So you must either be in the stands or outside the pit lane. You cannot walk the pit lane during racing. And now we will start again in 5 minutes. And since we have had a break, we will do one extra warm-up lap for the first qualifier. So we go through one lap and into the pits, and then we go out for the qualifying again. Drivers for the third round, heat 1, get ready to drive.
So we go out, then come back again in the pit.
One lap in the pits. Yeah.
Just
And Marcus doesn't have a seat right now. They're not doing anything.
If you have a race seat with you and you are not racing now, please return it immediately, because we need extra seats. Thank you.
Så Thomas, du sagde, du vi ikke måtte gå i pitten. Hvad hvis vi løber?
It looked like someone starting live.
zijn ze aan het doen? Over het winnen, joh. Ja, man. Wat moet je rijden dan? Wat wordt het? Nou, voor jou is het goed. Kijk hem achteraan, hele jaar erop. Hier is echt ver aan. Hier moet je ook goed houden. En nee, hier is een beetje wat gewoon. Oh, dat is goed. Hij is gewoon ver. Deze blijft wel heel lekker.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to the Danish countryside. About to go out and have some more great racing. The karts have been running pretty much all day, but now we have some commentary. My name is Marcus Orm, and yeah, I'm gonna be talking you through the rest of the heats today. Pretty much, we have a lot to talk about. There's been a lot of action already today, and of course we still have quite a couple remaining heats that of course will be very important to qualify for the big finals that will be tomorrow. A lot of drivers here, 125 drivers competing, so a lot of competition from all around the world. Pretty much we have people from the Netherlands, from Spain, from Denmark, as well as plenty of other places, people from England here as well, competing to win the Danish Rental Kart Championship, which will be quite interesting. What we're currently seeing is a qualification process. So essentially, the current layout we are running on includes a pit stop for the race, which is quite interesting. The drivers have to come into the pits, press a button, be standing still for 3 seconds, and then they can go out again, which adds a bit of a strategic element to the races here, which is really quite interesting. If there's someone watching, you can ask any questions you want in the YouTube live chat, essentially, and yeah, I'll be there to read them and essentially try to answer them the best that I possibly can. Right, I'm just here to talk essentially, and yeah, there's definitely been some interesting moments earlier today with the pit stops. There's been handed out some penalties because in the pit lane, you don't see that on the broadcast right now, but perhaps we'll have a look. But in the pit lane, there are some white lines where if the drivers don't stop behind them, they actually get a penalty, and it's a 30-second time penalty. So it's a big consequence if you don't manage to do that, and it can be just by a centimeter. But if you're over that line, you get a 30-second time penalty. And earlier, that happened to last year's champion, which meant that after 2 heats, he was after the first 2 heats he'd driven, he was around 50th in the standings, which is definitely not something he's going to be that happy about. We have a lot of competitors that also raced here in the last year's Danish Rental Kart Championship, and of course this is kind of a warm-up to the World Championships that will be held later in the year. Now, the end of qualifying for this heat, you can see how incredibly close the times are in the top, out in the standings on the left, just a tenth between the top 2, which is Fendrace that takes the pole position here. He's going to be starting from the front row, and as I said, they're going to have to make a pit stop in this race, which is a strategic element. I'll be keeping you updated. I have a little sheet here that tells me if they have pitted in or not, and I'll make sure to keep you updated on that. Of course, there is no the drivers can take the pit stop throughout the whole race, so it's a very nice strategic element. For example, if you're stuck behind someone, you know, in case you're stuck behind someone, you can't get past, you actually feel like you have more pace, perhaps it's a good idea to dive into the pits, take that pit stop, and then see where you end up. Maybe you can undercut them or overcut someone that you're racing against and gain a position that way, which is definitely very interesting. You know, we're not pitting in to get new fuel or get new tires like they are in the big motor races with the race cars, but it's definitely a strategic element that just, yeah, it adds some more variety. That's one thing that is absolutely for sure. However, after a couple of heats, we're currently in the 6th heat of round 3. There will be 2 more heats in this round 3, and then we go to round 4, which is essentially the final round of the day, but that will be without a pit stop. That will be on a newer layout, the VG new layout, which has a little shortcut, kind of a joker lap, kind of like you have in rally, but that's we'll save that for later. You know, that's not now. For now, we just have to focus on the pit stops and on the racing. You know, that's something we really get with these rental car races, is just really close, tight, competitive racing. You know, the drivers, they drive incredibly close. I've been here for a couple hours now watching some races, and there's been some really good racing, some tight racing, but also some rough racing. You know, it's very raw when you sort of slow things down. Instead of traveling at 300 kilometers an hour, here we're traveling at a maximum of about 70. Anyways, we go on to the formation lap for the 6th heat of round 3. The drivers here will be focusing on getting a good clean start, but also not losing as much time as possible, because these heats are incredibly short. They're not very long. So if you lose too much time in the beginning, it's going to be difficult to sort of catch that up. So for sure, you're looking to minimize the amount of time loss that you sort of get on one of these race starts. We're coming around the short formation lap, essentially a rolling start. Now, what you'll be looking for here is the drivers essentially hugging the inside line, trying to go defensive because you don't want to lose that position early on. We go racing. You can see Van Vees in the lead, looking behind him, seeing if he needs to cover the inside. Doesn't, but still keeps the lead into the first corner, side by side, further down the field. And of course, a tire wall on the outside that you don't want to be hitting. Down the straight, a little chicane leading up to it where the track sort of drops off in a bit of close racing right there. 3 wide into the chicane where, once again, there's a tire wall. So we saw someone cutting the chicane, which is probably the wiser option, because if he hadn't done that, he might have ended up in the tire wall, which typically isn't optimal. So, yeah, a pretty settled race start apart from the 3 wide moment down in the chicane at the front. It is very settled, and Van Vees and Rasmussen in the lead, probably just looking to drive ahead. Rasmussen right now in P2 is not making a move. He's more focused on getting that slight gap so that he can sort of secure a top 2. You can see there's a couple kart lengths now between them, and that's sort of the goal for him early on. There's no reason to fight for it right now when there's still 11 minutes left, so they're just looking to go forward, see if they can get a gap. A little battle for P6 here further down the field as well. Side by side into the first corner, which is one of the good overtaking opportunities, but down into turn 3 is also a good one. As we saw just in the back of the frame, down in that chicane, there is a lot of battling going on, and it's just a tricky corner to go side by side in, because there's essentially only one line, right? So we have one line through that corner that's optimum, and you want to stay as close to that as possible, but when there's another car in the way, it sort of becomes a little bit difficult at times. We see the top 2 pulling out a gap down to Andersen in 3rd, and he even has a little bit of a gap further down in here in the sort of mid-pack. Just a lot of battling. Everyone wants that position, and that means the leaders are essentially gone. You know, seconds down the road, it's going to be super, super difficult to catch up on raw pace or anything, let alone overtake, which is something completely different. Now, at this point, the drivers are probably thinking about when they should take that stop. The front of the field has kind of spread out a little bit. Van Vees just on raw pace, out ahead, just pulling out, you know, just driving away with it. Pretty calm and settled race for now. We've definitely seen some very interesting races earlier on, and I'm sure we'll get some later on. I'm also planning on bringing in some of the drivers for today for some of these races, so we can get some proper insider info, because while I do know a solid amount about motor racing and stuff like that, I haven't driven on this track or anything like it. So it's going to be really interesting later to bring in some of the drivers, hear their insights and their thoughts about this kind of Rental Kart Championship, because of course it is incredibly competitive. Today the drivers go through 4 different heats each, where they score points. As we see someone diving into the pits, I can see that actually from my commentary booth. I'm sat right next to the pit lane, so I can actually keep an eye out for who's driving into the pits, and I can see them stopping and stuff like that. But yeah, the drivers are scoring points today for essentially where they will end up tomorrow in the semifinals and stuff like that. So there will be some drivers essentially eliminated today, the ones that won't score enough points. So that's all the phase that we're going through now. And then we, of course, tomorrow have a couple more heats, some semifinals, and then, of course, the big finals, which is essentially where stuff will go down. That's where the big prize will be paid out, essentially, which is definitely going to be interesting. Last year, that crown went to 4-time world champion Vandel. Let me see if I cannot butcher this pronunciation. I spoke to him earlier, asked him how to pronounce his name. Vandel Gokartbanen, I think, something like it. Yeah, because he, of course, the man from Spain took the championship last year and did so pretty convincingly, I would say. Of course, it was very close right up to the end, but he ended up taking that final. Well, another very interesting day of racing that we had last year. Well, currently now, this race quite settled, waiting for those pit stops. But out of the front, you know, if you're in a good flow, you're in a good place, there's no traffic for Rasmussen or Van Vees. They're just lapping cleanly. So for them, it doesn't make sense to take the pit stop right now because they risk going down into traffic that's further down. So they're going to be trying to delay as much as possible. As we see a couple karts in the background there diving into the pits. Bit hard to tell just from the footage, but I can keep an eye out here. Currently, if you look out on the standings, on the left, the bottom 7 have already taken their pit stop, which means essentially 11 drivers still missing their pit stop, which we will see a little bit later on. We have the little pit cam down in the left-hand corner, which you can see there are 3 booths. The cards need to come into one of these booths and press a little button. That starts a timer of 3 seconds, and then a green light turns on, and the drivers can then leave the pits, of course. Now, remember, if you guys have any questions, make sure to pop them in the YouTube chat, and we'll try to get them answered in one way or another. I'll try to answer, and if I don't know the answer, I can ask anyone around the track that might know it. That's the good thing about being on track for commentary stuff like this, you know. We also have an actually pretty complicated and new system that wasn't used last year for the Danish Rental Kart Championship. There are essentially 12 track cameras around the track that the stewards can then look at the incidents when someone protests. You can look at the incidents on the cameras and see what happens, which means we don't actually need to have as many stewards. Well, the stewards don't have to necessarily look out for the incidents as much as they were reliant on last year. Of course, we still have stewards on track to make sure that the race is conducted properly, and they still look out for these things. But now we sort of have that extra. We can rely on the cameras, the track cams, to get the penalties, to give the penalties in the right way, and people can also sort of protest. Can we get Bobby on the mic? Perhaps. As I said, I'm looking to bring in some drivers definitely throughout the day. We still have quite a couple more heats to go, essentially. There's, about 3 hours of karting left today. So we're definitely looking to get some people in to have a chat with them, ask them some interesting questions, all right? Because, you know, this Rental Kart Championship right here is incredibly competitive. Drivers really go into the smallest details about everything, have those you can actually see this pretty clearly with some of the suits the drivers are wearing. Some of them are wearing some, I believe it's kart skins, aerodynamical suits to reduce the aerodynamical drag, which, to be honest, at 80 kilometers an hour, it does make a difference, you know. And these small things, all the drivers are constantly looking to try and improve on. As you see down at the bottom now, a couple drivers in the pits, they press the button, wait for the green light to turn on after 3 seconds, and then they'll leave out again, and then they come out just outside of turn 3. You can see it there on the main monitor. They come out side by side going into the chicane as well, and they have to go around the cone, and if they hit that cone, if that cone gets knocked over, they also get a penalty. So you definitely need to be careful to not get the penalties when you're doing the pit stop, but once you sort of learn it, it's of course, it's not too difficult. The thing is, these drivers are pushing it into the pit lane, you know. You want to leave as little time on the table as possible. You want to push it as much as possible, break it as late as possible into the box to lose as little time as possible. And therefore, you know, sometimes it happens that these drivers, they get the penalties and stuff like that. And, you know, rules are rules. You can't overstep the line in the pit box, and you get a 30-second time penalty if you do that. See, the last couple drivers coming into the pits now, essentially, to serve their pit stop, we still, yeah. So 3 minutes remaining. We're still missing a pit stop from the top 3, essentially. Van Vees just came into the pits, I believe, at least on what it says on my sheet. But we'll get an update on that very, very shortly. Here we got an updated standings, and we can see Van Vees went into the pits, but Andersen and Ruben Bootens not yet in the pits, but I can see they're driving in now. They're in the bottom. The last couple drivers coming into the pits. And let's see where they come out, right? Because they're going to emerge out on track somewhere in the whole field. Maybe side by side, as we saw just before. That's not what we're focusing on right now. Now we're focusing on the battle a little bit further down in the mid-pack. A four-way battle, side by side, into turn 3 as we get very, very close to the tire barriers right here. Side by side once again through the chicane. And you know, if you hit those tire barriers, that's not going to be good for your race or for the cars. You want to make sure you go around them. This four-way battle now essentially turned into a massive 8-way battle. 8 cars within just a very small amount of time, side by side. And at this point, there's so little time left in the race that you want every single position you can get. You want to get those points so you have a bigger chance of qualifying for a better position, a better end position. You can see here, battling all these 8 cars just in a train, but the front driver maybe just getting a little bit of a gap there, and that is essentially the battle for P8. That's one brand that then crosses the line in 8th place, and that is the end of the heat. So coming into the pits, nose to tail, incredibly close racing. Horian Van Wees takes a victory in this race. Now the drivers will be getting out. The top drivers, the top 3, have to get on a weighing scale and just weigh in to make sure that they aren't underweight. Then we of course swap the drivers, get ready for the next heat, which will be the final heat on this configuration. So there will also be pit stops in that, and then after that we switch over to the new layout, the VG new layout it's called, where we have a little shortcut. There is a little Joker lap, if you can say it like that, kind of like they use in Rallycross, where you essentially skip a sector of the track, and that also adds a little bit of a strategic element, but not as much as the pit stop. It's essentially good if you're stuck behind someone and you're losing time. Then, well, you can just take this shortcut, get in some clean air, see if that helps you out, and then move on. Right, card switching up currently, and yeah, I will be right back for the next heat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for qualifying for the final heat of round 3. We also have in the box with me Noah Weichel, who is one of the drivers, which, as I talked about earlier, it's nice to have some drivers in the actual pit box, so we get some insider information as the drivers are going around and qualifying. In the chat currently we have Glenn saying you lose approximately 14 seconds in the pits on this track layout. Which, yeah, that's definitely something. That's something you can use as a clean air. So, Noah, maybe you should tell me about this, right? So when you're out there in the middle of a race, do you think about this strategy a lot, or is it sort of pretty straightforward what you're thinking? Like, if you're behind someone, you instantly pit in, or is there more to it? Is there more to it, essentially?
I've actually had the chance to have three different situations in my races. I've in the first race I started either third or fourth, I can't remember, and I took the joker lap around, took the pit stop in the middle of the race, sort of, to get in the free air, because I thought I had better pace in the free air. In the second race I botched my qualifying and I started 7th, and then I took my joker lap as early as possible, or around as early as possible, to get some free air to get out to use my pace, which gained me 5 positions, I think. And then in the final race here, I was in the lead with Simo Vidvera behind me, and we had good pace. We worked great together, and then I had an idea, if I take the joker lap together with him on the final laps, he might be able to overtake me, and for me to get around that, I took my joker lap in lap 8 to get rid of him and to get in my air, because I knew I was faster with the pace I had, and then when I got out, I was 3-4 tenths faster per lap. So 3 different situations for me.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's pretty interesting. You know, for me, it's really cool to see, because in real life, of course, you have, well, this, you know, in the big motorsport series like F1 and stuff like that, you have these pit stops, and it adds a completely different element. You know, instead of just racing flat out from start to finish, you actually have something to think about. You have something to work with, right? Which definitely makes it interesting. We have just finished qualifying, and the drivers are getting ready to line up for the race start. We can see the times are incredibly close, actually, at the very top of the field. We have the top 10 within half a second, right? So this is the final heat of the round where we have the pit stops. After that, we switch over to the format where there's a little shortcut. Does that make, like, is it essentially the same as the pit stops? Because, well, it takes less time, of course, but I guess it just sort of has the same effect, right?
Yeah, it sort of has, because you gain around, I think it's 15 seconds you gain taking the shortcut. So there's also the thing, because when you go around the track, there's a hairpin where you reconnect with the shortcut. You can actually look from the down point for the start of that straight, and to see, okay, someone taking the jogger lap, because then I need to be aware of if they're going to rejoin on the track. So it's actually quite fun to go down the straight and have a look at someone coming out, because they have so much speed going through the chicane down here in front of us. So you need to be aware of. I actually got caught up by William Rasmussen in my second heat when he took the joker, because he had so much speed he was able to switch back me on the exit. Yeah, so it's something fun. It's also something different regarding to the pit stop, that you have 2 different joker laps you need to be aware of. You also need to practice throughout the sessions.
Yeah, for sure, and it adds some variety in these races, right? That we also switch between them, which is pretty cool. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to go racing on the short formation lap, of course, where we basically just cut most of the track, because we don't really want to do a full formation lap. That's just essentially a waste of time, right? Anyways, we're getting ready to go racing here. It is Tjernrød in pole position, right in front of Dylan DeWolf. Now, let's see if they're going to hug the inside line. It's been a bit different, but I bet you he's going to be looking behind him to see if he has to cover the inside line. Goes absolutely wide. Not a lot of action at the front of the field into turn 1, but back in the back of the field there's a lot of side-by-side going on, just like we saw in the last race. A lot of action through the first couple of corners and down through the chicane. Side-by-side through these corners can be really quite sketchy, because, as we talked about, there's only one line through that corner, essentially, right? So, well, yeah, so through that, actually, talk us through that. When you go through that chicane side-by-side, are you scared of the tire barriers if you're too many drivers alongside each other?
I am a bit anxious about it, to be fair. I've had some issues with the barriers regarding the last 2 years I've been doing this race, and it's always been a discussion who has the right of way in the chicane, in the bus stop chicane, who is in front, who is not in front, who should leave space and stuff. I think we had an issue or a penalty in some of the heats before, where a driver got nearly forced into the wall and had to back out when he was fully side by side. So there's some differences between the drivers, what they mean is fair and what they mean is side by side. There's some pit stops as well. We have Kjorian going in first and 2 others. Joe Løring, who won a race earlier, and Jens Christian Hall, who also has been pretty fast in the sessions, in the practice sessions yesterday and throughout these heats. So it's exciting to see them doing something early with their pit stops, trying to get out of the field and do something else than the others.
Yeah, absolutely. And now essentially they're in clean air. You can see them at the back of the shot. Actually, they're driving sort of alone on the track, and this could be a good advantage in case they felt like they were getting held up or something like it. However, it's kind of the opposite for the leaders. They essentially want to delay their pit stop as much as possible to avoid coming into that the traffic further down. If they feel like they have good pace, which they look to have right now, you know, they're just going to try and delay as much as possible. They're just running out ahead. A little bit of contact actually going into the first corner.
Very defensive.
Absolutely. A bit of defensive driving, but these two, they essentially should just focus on getting as far ahead of the field as possible, right?
Yeah, really, because they punched up a good lap at 54.2 by Dylan de Wolf on the first lap, so it's good pace at the start. Maybe Kjorian can do something about it. I don't know what car he has. He has 40. He's not really shown great pace regarding to 51 and 54, who throughout the sessions yesterday and first they have shown good pace on this layout. So let's see what he can do, if he can gain some lap time.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're talking about here is the slight differences that there are in the karts. Do you also notice do you have personal preferences on how they handle? Because of course they're not always going to be perfect, exactly one-to-one to each other. So do you have preferences on how they handle? Because I guess they also handle slightly differently. Some karts might oversteer a little bit more, some might understeer a little bit more. What do you personally prefer, and is there something you think about?
It is something I think about, because it does something to my lap time if there's a kart which understeers in the left-hand corners. Usually around this track we have had karts that understeers one corner but are good in the other corner, and then might not have the straight line speed but are good in both corners, you can say. So it's an issue. It's not really an issue, but it's a difference between the kart that we need to work with and we need to be good at. Also, the guy who wins the championship essentially is the one who is the best at competing in all of the karts, you can say. The one who's the best at doing great in the cars with differences and stuff.
Yeah, and it's essentially that's what it's about, right? It's about adaptability. Yeah. How good are you at adapting to the slightly different handling of a different kart and stuff like that? And as you mentioned, whoever does that best will probably come out on top. What happened there was
I think Søren nearly got over the line there. He was a bit slidey on the brake. I don't know. I didn't see the camera, but I saw for this angle here. He just locked the rears just a bit before he pressed the button, and we had a thing earlier with Jean Delvaye in his first heat. He slid, I think maybe 1 or 2 meters because he broke too hard and crossed the line essentially. So it's really damaging to your race if you cross that line, because it's a 30-second penalty, and we have had multiple drivers doing that throughout the heats. If you do it, your race is gone, you're last. So it's really damaging to a heat. So therefore, I've been really cautious when going in here. I've never gone in. I think I've gone in behind once, but that's it.
Yeah, and I mean, when the races are this short, right, 12-minute heat, something like that, you know, if you get a 30-second time penalty, you're out of it. Like, the chances of you're probably ending up last place, not getting the amount of points you want. So it's essentially, yeah, completely race ruining. However, on the other side, you sort of want to balance it as well with not losing too much time, right? Because I do see some people are absolutely pushing it into the pit lane. They're braking as late as possible, just trying to gain every single margin of time. So yeah, I guess it's just about finding that balance. Anyways, 7 minutes remain of this heat. Kind of a settled race, actually. Not so much going on. It's a bit about the pit strategy more than people absolutely battling and sending it. Dylan de Wolf has pulled out essentially up at the front, and is currently just running his own race, just focused on putting down consistent lap times.
Yeah, he's just slowly towing around a fellow Talent Factory driver. Dylan de Wolf, I think, made the change to Talent Factory a couple of months ago. Great driver, fast driver, who's shown great pace for multiple years, for multiple different races. Also first time here, I think. Same with among other drivers, just Francisco Ramirez in third, who's also doing good. compared to it's his first time here. So there's loads of different guys who have not been here before and still showing great pace, which is quite amazing actually. That you can just go in and be on the pace instantly.
Yeah, and how many of these drivers here are coming to this event as well as a preparation for the big championship later in the year?
Oh, you're looking at one.
Yeah.
I think nearly all of them. That's probably why there's last year there was only one Spanish driver, I think, in John del Valle. This year there is between, I'm not pretty sure, but it's between 10, 12 Spanish drivers. So that's the preparation they use. They don't have to go up here all the time to Denmark from Spain. We have a shorter travel. We have 2.5 hours from where I live. So we have a bigger chance of going here to practice, whereas those guys who come outside of Denmark, who come from Netherlands, who come from Belgium, Germany and stuff, they have to really use the preparation for the World Championships in July and August. You really use this race as a preparation.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we have 5 minutes left of this race, the top half of the field essentially has pitted in, and well, the bottom half has pitted in, and the top half are still missing their pit stop. So yeah, we're essentially still waiting for the top 9 or so to come down pit lane. But yeah, once again, that's what we see in the front. It doesn't make sense to pit in early because you risk getting into that traffic, and you just want to avoid that, because if you pit in, get stuck behind someone who maybe isn't as quick, you know, it's just going to be super damaging to your race, especially if your competitors don't pit in. So we see a lot of the drivers up at the front just extend it as long as possible and just try and run it until the end.
There isn't really just have Alexander Abbey and William Høgh Rasmussen cheering on the outside of the tent we're sitting in.
Yeah, outside of the commentary booth. Some cheers. That's the fun thing as well about.
I think you can see them. Yeah, you can see them on the camera down the pit.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah. So on the little camera in the bottom left, in the white tent, that's actually where we're sat commentating this, which also means that we can actually just look right out at the pit lane and see what's going on, which is actually pretty nice, pretty neat, because we'll know when people are coming down pit road.
We have Søren Rod, who's took his joker earlier in the race, is doing 53.9s currently with Dylan de Wolf and Jerry Van Bussel, with Van Bussel going into the pit here. Oh, we think he crossed the line, did he? Yeah, he's crossed the line with the right front tire, so that's a 30-second penalty to him.
Absolutely gone over the line, pushed it too hard, and that's essentially race ruin for him. That's not gonna, no way he's gonna be coming back from that. If that's a 30-second time penalty, then it's completely over. Now talk us through, what sort of lap times are you aiming to do on this layout, and what sort of lap times are you aiming to do on the other one?
On this layout, I want to do, if possible, 54.0 or high 53s, which is like last race I did 53.7, which is really fast. But if I'm happy with, there's a battle going on in the middle section.
Absolutely, and a bit of contact.
That is Kjorian and Van Bussel with another Telefactory driver going by.
Absolutely, and
now not beating.
It's a four-way battle. And essentially, when they battle, they lose a lot of time. So now we have the rest of the carts coming up right behind them, and this can quickly turn into a massive battle, as there are a couple.
We have 4 guys in the pits. One has to wait for the line to turn green. There's only 3 stands at the pits, so if you're number 4th in the pit, you have to wait.
Yeah, and that's damaging, right? Because then you're essentially waiting for 3 extra seconds. Yeah. So there's a 6-second stop instead of just losing 3 seconds, right? So that's really bad. Now, a giant train of a lot of cars, but De Wolf has sort of just pulled out the gap in the lead. He's leading by almost 3 seconds, just comfortable, just being consistent, putting down the good lap times, and he sort of managed to run away with it for now.
Yeah, that was before the joker laps. You can see Søren Rod is in front. He actually has quite a big gap. But then you have De Wolf in the orange helmet in second place, and you have a massive queue in the battle for third place. With the race being over, as I can see the lights are on red, and Søren Rod has won the heat. I think it's his first heat victory. I'm not pretty sure about that, but it's his first heat victory. De Wolf in second, and you will have, who is it? There's Kian Kinnis in third and Joy Lewing in 4th.
Yeah, and you're right on that. It's because the standings weren't updated before. But yeah, Søren Rod takes the win here as the drivers come back into the pits. And yeah, essentially now we have a little bit of a break from what I believe. We just have to change the layout, which doesn't take long. It's essentially just a couple cones, a couple tires that just needs to be moved around. But now we're changing over to the other layout, and then we have 7 heats as well, right? What are you up to then in a break like this? Because I know it's been a little bit since you've driven the last heat, and there's still a couple hours until you're driving the next one. What are you doing now?
I usually just watch the other heats, or there's a sim set up just in a building near us where I go drive some laps and stuff. I think there's a competition regarding that, with the one with the fastest time gets some gifts or some bonuses for. I think last year I won the sim competition. I got 50% discount for this championship actually. So there's some other fun stuff we can do. I can talk with other drivers. I can have a laugh with some other people as well. So there's loads of different opportunities to have fun around here.
Yeah, and that's great. Great way to kill the time. Also, just come in the commentary booth. Actually, it's pretty good to get some insider info on all of these things, because yeah, you just, of course, you know more when you drive out there on the track and have some fun. Yeah, essentially, what's going to happen now is, I believe there's a 15-minute break or so before we get into the final round of the day, which will be on the new layout with the Joker. Later on. The camera currently panning a little bit. Actually, we can see here the tires and stuff getting moved around, and essentially the difference on this new layout that we're going to be driving on now is essentially it's a completely different track, right? What lap times are you aiming to do, and which track is most exciting to you?
I like the classic layout more because I'm a bit fast on it personally, but
of course.
I think the alternative layout, which they're gonna do now here in round 4, is more technical. It's also more difficult. I hadn't done it before. I had done it in the reverse direction that we did last year here, and it's actually a bit different, even though it's the same layout, but it's just the other way around. But I like the technical parts of it. I like the middle of the track, where you can see all the different, where you can actually see someone's moving a tire around. It's a fun layout. Not really as many overtaking opportunities, I'll say, because then you have to push through somebody. But there's so really many different. There's many different lines you can take in some of the corners. You see some of the drivers going wide, some going shallow and stuff.
All right. So you're saying that it's more difficult to overtake on the new layout than on the classic layout?
I think personally, for me, there's less opportunities, and the less opportunities there is, the more difficult it is, the more you have to think about it. But there are harder braking zones on this layout, with the turn 1 not being a 90-degree corner, but being a hairpin, quite a big hairpin. Throughout some of the races, those 4 tires on the exit have been hit quite a lot. Some places as well. Yeah, it's basically it.
And essentially what we're looking at now is actually that corner, the turn 1 you talked about. We see at the very back the start-finish straight, and then the drivers head sort of to, well, it's the same direction as they were before, but now, as you said, you sort of see the little bit of the hairpin that before was the 90-degree corner. So is that also going to change the race starts? Is there a bigger opportunity to make a move down the inside now that you actually have to brake harder into the first corner?
It's not really raining, so you can't really hang it around the outside if someone in front of you brakes hard, because then you might be pushed out. There might be some accidents and stuff, but if there's space on the inside, there has been people who have been throwing it on the inside to gain a position or two right at the start, which also is a good idea if you want to move up ahead quite quickly. But I wouldn't recommend just throwing it on the inside, because you can easily spin and make a mistake that might end up costing you a penalty of some sort. So I'm usually not as aggressive in the starts as other drivers, but that's the difference between us. Some are more aggressive in the overtake, some are less aggressive, and some are really cautious. They really care about how they overtake and when they overtake, if it's too hard and stuff. And then there are others who just throw it in when there's space on the inside.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess that's also sort of one thing you learn, right? You learn your competitors and how they race and stuff like that, and then do you use that on track to race differently against different people, or do you just treat everyone the same?
I would say personally, I treat everyone the same, but I do remember what people do. If I see someone who's doing a weird move, or might be an aggressive driver, I remember that as I have it in my my brain. I remember it's
At the back of your head.
Yeah, my data bank. I have it in the back of my head, and then I remember if I'm against our driver, I might be a bit more careful. If he's going for the inside, I might be a bit more. What can you say? A bit more. I might be a bit more known to what position he is doing, what kind of a driving style he has, or she maybe. So yeah, it's really, I really get to know my competitors at some of the races, even in the practice sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we're just going to take a quick break before we move on to the next races, where, as we said, we're changing the layout now to the new layout, which will be slightly different. There'll be a Joker lap. The races will be getting underway very, very soon. And, well, as we talked about, there's more hard-braking zones, so there might be more overtaking opportunities, more sense. We're definitely looking forward to some more interesting and close racing, so stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Danish countryside. We've now, well, essentially moved into round 4, even though it says round 3. This time around, instead of having a pit stop, we now have to do a shortcut. So instead of losing time on the strategy, you actually end up gaining time, kind of like a Joker lap in the rallycross races. My name is Marcus Sölm. I'm here with Noah Weichel, and well, we're just gonna chat about everything. If you have any questions, make sure to ask them in the chat, right? Because we have an expert with us right now who pretty much knows the rules inside out and everything. So we can get some answers to pretty much anything we want. And well, we're just here to chat and have a good time. I just got myself a little ice cream in the break, and I'm actually eating it right now. So I'll leave the word with you, Noah. Tell us about this new layout once again. What is the difference between the old one, and what are you looking for on this new one we're driving for now? What's sort of the key thing you need, especially as we go into qualifying?
Right, so what we have here is a 2-second faster lap with some more hairpins, some more twisty and tight corners. There are lesser chances of overtaking, which is going to make the racing a bit more, what can you say, hard, a bit more expressive for some drivers. Throughout the races that have been earlier today, there haven't been any major incidents, just some minor ones, with some drivers maybe coming into an overtake with a bit too much speed. You can still see some drivers are beginning their hot lap currently, with some drivers still leaving the pits. Also, something different between this layout and the other layout, there is no cone at the exit of the Joker lap, so there is just transition from the Joker straight into the racing line, which hasn't caused any accidents today. Funny enough.
All right, yeah. So essentially what we're seeing now on the bottom left camera is the exit of the Joker lap. This is where you're rejoining from the Joker lap, and that's just so we can see that instead of pointing at the pit stop. Right now, though, the drivers aren't qualifying. Yeah, so the drivers aren't qualifying, and then they're going to be lining up for the race after that, of course. Who should bet for the race win in this first heat of the 4th round?
Who's going? We have... Who do we have? I can't see that time. 7/10 already from Lennox Langnigel. He was in the final in Sweden also. I haven't been racing against him, I think also in Germany last year. That was pretty much it. I think Asger Radsted might put in a good lap time. I don't know where he is on track currently. It's getting tight at the front. Currently Seamus Lane putting in the time just 22 thousandths slower than... Oh, we have Max van Laar coming in at the car. 55 has been showing great pace. Both today and yesterday on both layouts. Any more drivers coming in? Yeah, there we have Asger in the 41 card, 0.2 of a second ahead of Max van Laar.
Asger, the local, just coming in at the very final second to take the pole position. Essentially, qualifying is over. He's taking it by 0.2 as well, which is a pretty big margin, right? Because he has 0.2 down to 2nd place. But from 2nd place down to 8th is essentially the same gap. So incredibly tight margins here in the first qualifying of the round 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun race. It's going to be a fun beginning with the hairpin, and top 8 being within nearly 0.5 of a second. Just above the 5/6 mark, we have Franek Moravik from Poland, and Samuel Adelt in P10. I haven't seen or heard from him before. He's been walking around with some pretty fast drivers, you could say themselves, Ruben Boutens and Iliano de Vos. All of those Blue Star drivers who are really good. You can also see, I think that's Ruben walking there with a jacket on. It's getting pretty cold outside. That might also do something to the drivers who have such a thick suit.
They're going to be freezing.
Yeah, I might be freezing in my heat.
We also briefly talked about in the little break we had that the air kind of felt a bit heavy outside. You know, the clouds are grey. Is there a bit of rain on the radar? It certainly feels quite heavy out there, but currently it's still very dry. So no rain quite yet.
Mixed conditions with a small amount of rain and some dryness in the corners is a funny experience around here. Something I wouldn't recommend doing in a race because it's going to be chaotic, to say the least. But if it rains and I'm not going, I'm just gonna be sitting back and watching and having fun.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this, to be completely honest. We're just sat inside a tent. There's no wind. It's very
it's nice and warm.
Yeah, it's honestly it's just a good day, and I really like it when you talk as well. Because right now I'm still enjoying my ice cream. I didn't quite get to finish it before the
we have Asger
the end of the break.
doing the warm up. with Max van Laar. He's quite a big driver, Max van Laar. Was out had a practice session yesterday when he was sitting in the kart. I had the same kart as he did. And when I sat down, I had to stretch my arms and my legs to catch the steering wheel and to get on the brakes. But I could push my seat forward so easier get to those pedals and to the steering wheel.
Yeah, so are the differences. All right, it's time to go racing though. For Heat 1 of Round 4, we have Asger Radsted, which is a local here.
Oh.
Taking the pole position, start a bit of chaos, just getting onto the grass there. Now we go into the hairpin.
Always wide.
Pretty hard braking zone. Just
someone's
set
been
as there's
hit.
contact
Oh, no.
down at the back. Someone caught in the grass on the inside to avoid it. Doesn't look too bad though, but it's never good when a kart is pointed the wrong way.
What the hell is going on? Why is everybody's on the grass now? Yeah, you see the guy who got caught in the incident, turn 1, is still going a bit wide off the line. Who's having troubles in the middle of the track. You can see Asger has had a nice start with Max van Laar still in second place, and Job van Leeuwenhorst, I think, is in third. It's pretty spread out the field already. It's nearly, the first lap is nearly complete. We see those drivers from here down in the NASCAR hairpin, and some pretty big gaps opening up. I think it's Alistair in fourth, having a great start off. Oh, Max van Laar's gone wide off the corner, might have, he's cut the track also.
Absolutely cutting the grass there. I was about to say the top 3 kind of had a little bit of a gap there, but that's been ruined. Now it's the top 2, and these guys are going side by side now into the hairpin. Who's that taking the shortcut right there?
Alistair taking the shortcut. Actually a great idea from him. It might not work out, but it's a great opportunity for him to gain some time, as he's just gone by Max van Laar over the finishing line, as he had an incident down in the final corners. Crossing the track, crossing the grass, and maybe ripping up some grass as well. So it might be some grass on the track for the other drivers to avoid. There was some gravel on the track in the practice sessions as well. When you go down to turn 1 with full power, and then you suddenly can't steer because then you oversteer into the barrier. It's a funny experience, to say the least.
Yeah, well, certainly something you have to once again adapt to, right? As we talked about earlier with the go-karts, you also have to adapt to the track conditions because they do change throughout a day like this, and I imagine as well that the grip changes depending a bit on temperature and stuff like that, you know. So it's about that adaptability of just being able to find the final couple of tenths in pretty much any conditions.
Asger just going a bit wide off the corner. It looked like he had a bit of a braking issue. You can see some guys also going side by side at exit turn 1 of Lennox Langnickel and Frank Moravik in 9th and 10th, going side by side. It looks pretty steady now currently. Some drivers may be taking their shortcut. We can't really see it, but there's not many drivers on the lead, just behind the leaders. So there might be... Yeah, it's pretty spread out the field. You can see some guys already going down to the first corner who have already taken their joker lap.
Yeah, it's essentially the bottom 4, I believe, that have taken their joker laps at the moment. So yeah, they're kind of running a bit offset from the rest of the field. You know, they're just in clean air on another part of the of the track essentially. Well, perhaps it's a little bit difficult to keep complete track of right here. But it's all right. We're trying our best. We're just having a look at the racing, talking a bit about what's going on. As there's a move down the inside as well, just a little bit of contact into the first hairpin corner. Probably one of the best overtaking opportunities here, along with the hairpin at the end of the back straight. Where would you be lining up your move here if you had to lose as little time as possible?
Oh, I can't tell you because that's my strategy.
Oh yeah, you can't reveal your strategy.
Yeah.
All right.
But if I would line up an overtake, it would be one of the easier opportunities. You can figure out what the easier opportunities are. We can see Ricardo Flieger gaining some time on Alistair in the front. He's doing a 15.5 Ricardo, with Alistair doing 52.5, with Alistair doing 52.7, as we can see at the live timing. He's doing quite fast lap times actually.
Yeah,
with Asger doing 52.5 as well. So Ricardo is doing this pace as the leaders who haven't taken their joker lap yet.
Yeah, and essentially it's the top 5 currently that have taken the joker laps. So while they are P1 through 5 now, that's going to change because everyone behind them hasn't taken their joker lap yet, which essentially will gain them time, right? What was it about? It was about a 15-second gain you got from the joker lap?
Yeah, roughly. I think you do maybe more. I think 17 seconds. Maybe you get a 35-second lap time when you go around the joker lap or the shortcut, because you cut like basically just all the track. It's only the outer layout you do. So
yeah.
It's kind of like the Bahrain layout they had in Formula 1 a couple of years ago, where they took the outer line.
Yeah, they essentially just cut out the second sector, right? Which is what you do here with the Joker as well. It just turns into a big oval, I guess, at that point. So take me through this. So currently Asger in P6, who took pole position. Why is he's waiting for the Joker until later? Because then you sort of still have the extra advantage, or is there something else to it?
I think he's waiting because he's in front of the race. He doesn't want to get caught out by traffic, as you said earlier, as I nearly did in my third race today, where just before I had to overtake the traffic, he went into the Joker lap, and that was completely fine by me, because then I could just do my laps on my own. The worst thing you can do when you have taken your Joker lap is getting caught by traffic, because then you will have to overtake them manually. There's no blue flags. We haven't seen any blue flags today. They talked about something regarding blue flag rules yesterday. We see a move from your Vandenhorst in nearly Asger taking the Joker currently, because he was about to be overtaken, and the guys in the lead are actually going faster now. We have Alistair in front doing 52 ones and Ricardo doing 52 zeros, with Asger and Job doing 52 threes. So gaining around 1 to 3 tenths per lap on the guys in the lead who haven't taken the Joker. Where has Asger come out? He's come out a bit ahead of Alistair. You can see there, Asger in the yellow and black helmet, and you have Alistair in the black and orange behind him.
Yeah, so he's just come out on the lead again, which probably the smart move. Instead of battling and going side by side, he just thought, all right, I'm out of this. We're taking the Joker, losing as little time as possible, because, you know, it's not just that one position that was on the line when he was about to get overtaken. It's more than that, right? Because if he was to lose time, seconds, stuff like that, he could potentially lose more positions, but he's played it clever there, sort of taking it when it was a perfect time.
He is risking his position if he just let Job van Leenhorst go by him into the first corner. He's risking losing time by having to battle with him and losing further time. You can actually see there's a bit of a gap from Alistair up to Asger, but that gap could be way smaller if Asger stayed out behind and tried to overtake van Leenhorst back. And then we'd have a big battle, and then would be a lot of chaotic moments and some discussions afterwards, blah, 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 and all that stuff.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Around 17 seconds is around the Joker, because, well, that's what you gain from taking the Joker, because before that, Asger and Van Leenhorst, they were running together, right? And now he's essentially 17.5 seconds behind. So it's around that 17-second mark that you lose from taking the Joker, which we can then use for well, you gain, sorry, from taking the Joker.
Oh, we have Job going there. We have also Ricardo going in the inside of Alistair. Been smart for Alistair to move out of that move. He does as well. Last time Ricardo did a 51.9, so he's currently over half a second faster than Asger, just on pure race pace.
So he's absolutely flying, essentially, right?
Yeah, he might have gotten some lap time off the slipstream. There's more slipstream out here with the more wind there is, funny enough. I think it's around... Yesterday it was 2 tenths. Today it's been up to 3 to 4 tenths. So it's been really, really good for your lap time to get some slipstream, to get some overtaking done, so you could get up behind some faster guys. As I had in my third heat with Simo Vidvera, just slowly having fun behind my slipstream in the kart 14.9, I think he had.
And just to remind you, this battle we're looking at right here is the battle for the lead of the race. The top 4 running incredibly close. However, we still have some people that are yet to take their Joker lap and gain those 17 seconds, but they're not looking to challenge the race lead. They might come out right behind this group around 4th place or so, but they're not looking to challenge the race lead right now. Asger's just out there running consistently, looking pretty steady.
He's getting pressured a bit from behind now.
Absolutely, yeah, just a little bit. He's just 3 tenths behind Job.
Ooh, both Ricardo and Alistair doing 51.9s now. They're still gaining. So currently in top 4, Asger is the slowest by almost half a second. So it's going to be a fun. Fun last laps of this race. You see, I think they're holding out the board for 2 laps remaining for people to take their Joker laps. There was a bit of a queue in the pit stop in the very first race, where people there were 7 people in the pits with 3 available pit slots. Wow, let's say we were a lot of people laughing.
Yeah,
it was pretty fun to just see the whole top 7 queue just go into the pits at the same time on the final lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, then if you're last in that queue, losing way too much time, right?
Yeah,
You're probably losing other positions towards your other competitors. This gap, though, looks pretty big. You know, just one lap left now, I believe. And there's only a battle for the lead. It's these two guys that are in for it, essentially side by side into the first corner, and a battle.
Lennox on the inside pushing Alistair wide. He might, he's losing a bit too much time on that. Then there's Lennox and Ricardo for the third place, with Asger in front doing some defensive driving into the first corner, and Jo van Leenhorst behind him, pushing him or pressuring him, trying to get Asger to make a mistake. But Asger is a local. Oh, there's someone coming out of the pits. Who is that? That is Max van Laar, who just gone by.
Look at the overspeed he has on the exit there, just managing to slip past because he had that overspeed from the Joker lap. Just slips into P5, but as you know, as we talked about,
Alistair in the hairpin. Is there contact? There might be. Yeah, he's gone out wide, and Max is not happy, so there might be some contact, might be some discussions afterwards with the stewards. They have the VAR room this time, which they didn't have last year. You can see Nick van Overveld over there, our race director. He's having fun.
Look at that drag race to the finish line.
There's some bumping in the pit entry as well that might also be looked at. We don't know.
A drag race to the finish line by just Asger takes it though by just 1/10 as we come back into the pits. That was incredibly close. Was that the slipstream? Because as they came onto the start-finish line, Asger was solidly ahead. Well, up to the start-finish straight, but as they went over the start-finish line, you know, Joop van Leenhorst was almost alongside him, just so close to taking that victory. But it's essentially the local races for Vandel Gokartbanen that takes the victory here.
You can't really say the local boy, because I know Asger's I think he's older than 20, isn't he? He's not really a boy anymore. He's beginning to become a man. We have some drivers who's getting caught into the weigh bridge. We have the top 3 is going to get weighed, and then we have 2 randoms as well. So I have been weighed in all of my heats. Some drivers I think also have been. It's actually pretty tight in the championship. We can have a look at that currently while the drivers are changing their cards. In the lead of the championship currently, and the juniors as well, we have Simo Vidvera with Bobby McGeer, who's been showing great pace throughout these 3 days currently. Both of them have 2 wins and a second place to their name. They are both leading with 82 points currently, to Iljan de Vos in 3rd place, and Victor Sparholt and myself in 4th and 5th on 78 points. So I have a bit of a gap. That I need to catch in the top 5.
Yeah, and well, it's essentially really close as well, right? Yeah. After the last heats, what was it? There was like 8 people or so that had around the same points.
Yeah, we were 8 people from P8 to I think it was 7 or 8 people from P8 to P14 in the standings, all on 50 points. Because we either had a 4th and the 1st place, or we have some other points that in total gave us 50 points to the championship. We still have our drop result that we can't use. Some drivers have already used it by one of the first 3 races. We can see John Del Valle, the world champion, down in 27th, finishing 17th in his first race, and then 1st and 2nd in his next 2. So he has something to catch up. I think he will do it, of course, because John has great pace around the track. He's been doing some practice before this weekend with some friends and some competition from the local Vandel guys.
And just to add on that as well, that's a perfect example of how consequential just one little mistake can be, because of course he had that one race where he finished 17th because he crossed the line in the pits and got a 30-second penalty. Yeah. That tiny mistake put him down in 27th in the standings, because the other race he's won, the other race he finished 2nd, so his results when he hasn't gotten a penalty have been absolutely perfect, basically. So that's just a statement to how consequential the small mistakes can be.
It's also a statement on how consistent you need to be as a driver. When you look at the top 4 guys, they haven't finished outside of the top 2. Or the top, the top 3 guys haven't finished outside of the top 2, with Victor Sparl in number 4, having 2 first places and a 4th, and myself having a 1st place and a 2nd place and a 3rd place to my name. So you need to be pretty consistent to gain some real points, to get some real points to the championship, to gain some positions as well. It's fun, actually. It's quite stressing sometimes, but it's fun to watch out for.
Yeah, you know, being competitive and racing something competitive like this is always it's a challenge, but it's a rewarding challenge, right? Because you're working hard to get the best results. You're doing all the small things that you can to find that little bit of pace, you know, like changing your suit and stuff like that. You're just trying to find all the small details. So while it's a challenge, I can imagine it's always very rewarding.
It's also put some pressure on the guys who's already used their drop results to perform even harder now. There's multiple guys who's either got a penalty or finished lower than they would be happy with. And it puts extra pressure on those guys to perform now. It puts extra pressure on them to actually give a result, rather than just saying, okay, I can afford finishing lower than what I want to be because I haven't used my drop result yet.
Yeah, and while I just mentioned it quickly, actually, I want to talk about the race suits, actually, quickly, right? Because for those watching that don't know, we have a couple of different kinds of race suits out there on track today. Some classic ones made of more normal race material, but also something that has within the last couple of years, sort of become popular within rental karting, which are kart skin suits, essentially tight-sitting clothes, which yeah, well, you can have your opinion on how it looks and stuff, but it just adds that slight bit of more aerodynamical benefit on the straight. How much of a difference have you felt these kart skin suits make?
Well, I think last year was the first time that I really felt the difference, because that was first time here that I used the kart skin suits. I wrote to Jonathan Baird, a Belgian in Kortrijk, who sells the suits. A great guy to contact, and also a great guy to ride with. He gave me loads of ideas on how to design my suit. It was a funny communication we had regarding the design and stuff. But to go back to the yeah, they say it's 0.3 of a second. Maybe it's less when it's less wind. Maybe it's more when it's more wind. I don't know. The tests have been done. The tests have shown their result. Last year there were many drivers using it. In 2024 here there wasn't really any drivers using. I don't think there was any drivers using the kart skin suits at all. Actually, I think only one, and that was Ilian De Vos. He still uses the same suit. It's got a big hole on the gap. He's got a big hole on his back.
And 0.3 is a massive difference, especially with how close qualifying has been, right? We've just started another qualifying, but last time around we had essentially 6 karts within 0.2 of a second.
Well, this one is a bigger one.
So if you're saying that it's 3/10, which does sound like a lot, but I can imagine it definitely gains something, right? That's the difference between you potentially starting P8 and starting up in P2 as we start to get the first lap times on the board in this qualifying session. Yeah, Tino taking it for now by almost 0.4 of a second, but we still need the rest of the field to cross over the line. You can see in the right side of your shot, essentially, the last couple of people coming over the line and finishing the lap.
We have Mark Philip Rasmussen. That's a name I haven't heard. Markus Fulland, also a local boy like Asger Rasted, who works here. At Vandel Gokart, you could see him if you were here yesterday working with the drivers, also getting drivers and cars around the track, helping Vandel sort out stuff. We have also Jesper Jude, who is crossing the line now, who is going, where did he go? He went into 11th place. Jesper is also a local. He's racing for the VG Pro team, which is basically just Vandel Gokart putting together a lot of locals and fast Danes. They put together to a team to make them to make their drivers perform as good as possible, which is fair enough. All the other teams does that. I don't really know how the team championships work. I know there is one, but I don't really know how it works.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the standings quickly, Markus Fulland takes pole position by 0.5 of a second. And if you look further down, the gaps are incredibly tight. If 0.3 is what we're talking about, if you're 0.3 off pole position, you're down in 7th place. You're outside of the top 10 if you're 0.5 second off. And that is once again about that consistency, right? If you want to perform throughout a weekend like this, you need to consistently be there on the qualifying times, right? Anyways, the grid is lining up and getting ready to race, and well, who do you think is going to take this one?
I think it's going to be a fight between the top 4 guys. Jerome Adamaku in the kart 44 showed great pace in the first race in 52. He unfortunately had a 30-second penalty because it crossed the line in the pits, but he would have finished in 3rd place, I think, in the first heat, which I was in. Fast guy. Apparently, I didn't know before this weekend, but that's what you find out when you race against different drivers. You suddenly someone has booming pace, and then someone might have a bad day. For example, we have one of our guys from Copenhagen, Mads Frederiksen. He has fallen ill the last couple of days with some stomach issue, and he's still competing, which is quite lovely to see. Actually, even though he's having I can't really say that word, but he's having some troubles. But he's still going out there, giving a performance, doing the best he can, and actually not finishing last. So that just shows the driver that he is.
Yeah, and fighting through that cannot be the easiest thing, that's for sure. Anyways, the grid is lined up. We're about to get ready for the formation lap here in the second heat of round 4. There are going to be 7 heats. We're going to be racing for, well, another 2 hours. And Noah, while you're in the commentary booth with me now, you have your race in, well, it's still 2 hours actually, and you're racing the last one. So still plenty of racing to go today here in the Danish countryside. You can see the drivers trying to generate some tire temperature on that little bit of a formation lap just to try and get ready and get the car in the best condition possible for the race start. This is the turn 1 we're talking about. A very tight hairpin corner with plenty of opportunity for an overtake. Last race we saw a little bit of argy-bargy, a car spinning on the apex of the first corner, and perhaps we'll see the same thing in this race. Rounding the final corner, getting onto the start-finish straight, getting ready to go racing. Let's see if Marcus Fröhlen's going to cover the inside, take a defensive line into the first corner. For sure, he's going to be looking behind him. He's ready to go racing. You can see jumping in the car to get it to go as fast as possible, hugging the inside line. There is not space for a single car down the inside, and it's that way down the whole field. Everyone just running defensive because they don't want to lose those positions side by side throughout the field. But at the front of the field, it's very settled. Marcus Fröhlen's got a little bit of a gap. Nothing that significant this early in the race, but if he can keep that, if he can maintain it and keep pushing, that's definitely something that could benefit him throughout the whole race.
Actually, at this point in the race, you can see Jens Christian Hall going for the that's the Rome Marco actually, I think, going for the inside on Mark Philip Rasmussen. That's quite a big gap to have already in the race. Marcus now can settle to his own pace, do what he wants, essentially. If he wants to go the jogger lap, he can do it now because he has the gap. I will continue on the track with the gap he has now. We have Jerome Adamarco in second place, and that is Jens Christian Hall in third. Pushing along with Jerome, not trying to lose any more time to Marcus as he's over a second ahead already on the first lap.
That's a big gap to have as well. But essentially, you know, there's not really a big reason for Marcus in the lead to take the joker lap now. He would essentially just be throwing a potential future advantage out the window, right? He's got clean air. There's no reason to take the joker lap. He's just running on his own. However, if he was to take the joker lap now and later in the race end up in a situation where he might be stuck behind someone or something like it, you know, then he wouldn't have that different strategy call that he could take. So it's better for him to just keep going out in the front, get his head down, keep pushing, and see what he can do.
I think they're catching him slowly. We have Thorsten Olsen, who is taking the jogger lap, who is in front currently. But the cube behind Marcus is getting closer and closer, actually, as they are now currently... Now, they're still 1.2 seconds behind him, but they are fighting amongst each other, so that gap might grow. We have 2 more guys going into the jogger lap. That is Philip Carlson and Quinton van der Vliet, I think, in the 52 and the 41 card. Marcus is... it's looking like he's going ahead. He's going further ahead. Jerome making a bit of a gap to Jens Christian Hall in the technical third place. Is still close between them.
Absolutely. It's just a full train of cars essentially running all the way through. You know, anything can happen in a short race like this. You know, there's no one who to say that, you know, Marcus can't be catched either. He has a little bit of a gap now, but that can quickly change around depending on who has the momentum, who has the slightly better pace, or who's if he manages to close that little bit of a gap to get the proper slipstream behind him. You know, it can always change very quickly, as we see a couple more diving in to take the joker lap now.
Yeah, we have 2 locals. We have, I think that is Mark Philip Rasmussen and Jesper Jyde taking the joker lap. We can see on the timings they have gained 2/10 on Marcus, so they are slowly going back. They've gained 1/5, I think 1/6 or 1/5 of the gap. So the gap is only down to a second now. There might be some slipstream going on in the next 2/10 if they gain some more. There are some overtaking going on down in the turn 7 area.
Absolutely, and the thing about Well, while these carts aren't necessarily traveling at high speeds like 300 kilometers an hour, right, you still get that bit of a slipstream feeling, because these carts are essentially a square. If you look at the air, the way they punch their way through the air, right, they're essentially a square. They're not very aerodynamical, so you do get that bit of a slipstream.
We can see Marcus, and that is Jens Christian Hell going for the Joker lap, as the gap has come down to half a second. So it's really important for Marcus now, as he's taking his Joker, to get some rhythm in, get some rhythm going, get a lap time going, get some pace through his card, get some pace for himself, and maybe increasing the gap, as now Jerome has to work alone with, that is Tino Antonacci and Luca Di Vilde behind him, trying to catch up.
Absolutely, and that's the Joker lap done as well for Marcus, essentially taking back the race lead now, has a second gap, and now he doesn't have to worry about that Joker lap anymore. He can just focus. He just needs to bring this one home and keep the gap there.
You see, there's behind Jerome, there's a couple of guys. There's two, and then there's a bit of a gap. Then there's two more. With who is that? That is Tino Antonacci, who is actually closing up to Jerome. Luca Di Vilde essentially in third place, and I don't know how to say this, Jord Pereboom, and Sean Martinez in essentially fourth and fifth. Then a bit of a gap down to Marcos Sanchez del Valle, and some other Spanish guys in the back. Marcus looks like he's increased the lead a bit, down to Jens Christian Hell of the guys who have taken their Joker lap. And yes, the gap has increased by a tenth of a second. It might not be much on the paper, but it is much on the track. You can slowly see, if I was in Christian Hell, I would slowly see Marcus just easing a bit more ahead of me, and slowly just going behind. I would be a bit more cautious of the guys who haven't taken their Joker. Is there any going in? No, there is not. Oh, there is actually one. That might be Guillermo from Spain, I think. I hope.
He's come out in a big bunch of drivers, rejoining right into a big bunch of other drivers, and then straight into the chicane, right? Which we've talked about it multiple times. There's essentially only one proper good line through that chicane. So when you rejoin side by side into someone, can be quite tricky.
I think something happened down in the turn 7 corner, because now we have we have Jesper Jude going defensive in the front of the group with the guys who have taken their Joker lap. I think that is, yes, a big group of guys who have taken their Joker lap. You have Jesper Jude making a train of them, so that's going to be fun for us to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely now, because this is essentially also costing them time, right? So right, they definitely have to look out that they try not to lose. They try to lose as little time as possible.
Yeah, because Jesper he started 11th, no? So he's still in some sort of position. He's in 4th currently. So there's a lot of other guys who haven't taken the Joker lap, who might gain positions because of Jesper going defensive. I know personally, from my own point of view and from other drivers, is not really that popular going defensive when you have taken your Joker lap and you just want to get ahead, as we can see Jens Christian Hell gaining time on Marcus again. So Marcus is slowly losing that gap. Where is Jerome? You can see Jesper is still going defensive.
Just to add on that, right, because even though you're not battling, you're losing time by going defensive because you're compromising your racing line. So it's just slower to drive a lap when going defensive because you're not taking the optimal line.
Yeah, also when you have taken your Joker lap, the best thing you can do is just go ahead. Just go full pace, full in front, because there's still other guys who haven't taken their Joker lap. There's some positions you might be able to get. I did that strategy in my second heat. I was in 7th. I was thinking, okay, if I want to do something without having to spend time overtaking other people, I will have to take my Joker lap now. I did that on lap 3, and I managed to get a fast pace, get some fast times going, and ended up gaining some positions because of that, because I didn't have to fight my way through it. I could just take my Joker lap and do my own race. As Jesper is now doing the normal lines, and the gap to Marcus has gone down to 6/10. So Jens Christian Hell might be experiencing some slipstream in a bit. As we can see, he's getting closer and closer with Mark Philip Rasmussen and Luca Di Vilde short behind him. Where is Jerome? Can we see him? But still, loads of battle going on. There's going side by side down to the chicane. at the exit of turn 7. Where is...
Now,
Where's Jerome?
we're trying to look out for it. So today, on the broadcast, we have this one camera essentially that we're looking at now. But tomorrow, for the semi-finals and the finals, we'll have some other angles as well. We'll have multiple angles to be focusing on. We'll have more people on the broadcast team. Because, yeah, today is essentially just so you can follow the races. That's also why we've not been commentating the whole day. We're just here to sort of have a chat about all kinds of things, have some fun. Tomorrow, though, we have some more people on the broadcast crew. We'll have more camera angles, which is definitely going to be interesting, right? Because we get a different perspective on some different things. And, yeah, we don't mind that at all because, yeah, right now, for today, we're left with this one camera angle to sort of cover all of it.
Oh, someone's cutting the grass down in turn 7. I can hear people celebrating because someone made an overtake. There one might be some fans or some of the drivers. We can see the gap to Marcus has gone down quite a bit. They are on his neck, and Jerome has taken his jogger lap. He's far behind. He was the guy in second place when Marcus took his jogger lap. We can see also the cameraman on track running across it to get some better pictures. We are missing a jogger lap from... That is from Tino Antonacci, Sean Martinez, and the group of Marco Del Sanchez and Milan Hansen. I don't think the 51 is that fast. We can see those 4 guys are coming down here. We go. Tino's taking the joker lap, and the same with Sean and Marco Sanchez. They are coming out way behind that group, actually. So some time has been lost. Marcus is still in front, but he's getting really pressured behind from the car 55 of Jens Christian Hall.
It's super close now for the lead of the race. That's what we talked about earlier. You know, it's never over. Even though he had over a second's gap down to second place, that gap has now been completely closed. And look at that. It's not only Jens in second place that's caught up. It's actually also Mark, Luke, and Jerome behind that are sort of getting closer and closer. But it's the end of the race. It's a race win for Marcus Fuller. No overtake made for Jens, but still a solid P2, some good points in there as they all return now to the pits.
Marcus hasn't had a great championship so on. He's gotten some weird positions regarding his... if you look back at his championship last year, he was a main contender, also the year before where he won in 2024. So it's great to see him get a victory and to get back into the championship fight. Might open up for him to get a momentum going, to get some stuff going regarding his pace. Could be a performance boost for him to get this victory.
Absolutely, and stuff like that also changes your motivation potentially, right? You get a win like that, and you know you might just be get extra motivation, right? We have a question in chat saying, how much do you gain on the shortcut? Around 17 to 17.5 seconds, which is about right. Now, if you do have any questions, make sure to put them down in the YouTube chat. We'll cover them, but for now, we'll take a quick break as the cards actually change around. Stay tuned for more good racing. It's been really interesting and good to have you, Noah, and we wish you good luck for your heat a little bit later on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, right? Stay tuned. We will be right back. Formation lap underway for Heat 3, Round 4 of the Danish Rental Kart Championships. In the Danish countryside, the driver's trying to get some temperature into the tyres. It's Bobby McGurr that took pole position in the qualifying that we just had in front of Charles Decline. About to get underway for, well, another 12 minutes of exciting, close racing. One joker lap for all of them. You can see that Bobby McGurr in the front, absolutely weaving, just trying to maybe distract his opponents behind, trying to get some temperature in, just getting ready to take the race start of the third heat. Getting ready to go into the first corner, which is a sharp hairpin. Just kind of trying to trick his opponents right there. You can see them pushing each other as they go down the start-finish line. And there he goes. He looks behind him, presses the throttle, hugs the inside line, trying to cover off that position so no one else can get past. You can see the whole field, top 10 basically, running defensive into that first corner, trying to keep their positions, but a bit of side-by-side further down in the field. It's a pretty settled race start, no crashes in the first corner, but that can still very much happen. Battle for 5th place down the inside, and overtake for position, and a bit of battling at the back of the field as well as we go on to the back straight in a second. Just need to navigate this hairpin and then the chicane where the tire barriers are very, very close to you. You're essentially touching those tire barriers down there with the side of the kart. And then down into the NASCAR turn, essentially. A bit of banking here, which means there's more grip than in a normal flat corner because the track is just angled slightly to the inside, to the apex, which helps the car to rotate just a bit more and grip up a bit better. It's Bobby McGurr that leads after the first lap of the race, ducking down at the front as there's a bit of contact there in 4th place. A little bit of argy-bargy. Someone diving into the pits, and as well as someone, Jake, taking the joker lap. Is that perhaps a penalty? I'll try to get checked up on that, on what happened there with going through the pits instead of the joker lap. Well, that definitely happens, but here's a battle. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The battle for the lead is ever so close. They went side by side for a brief moment. Charles Decline just trying to put his front up alongside Bobby McGurr for the lead of the race, but now he's got pressure from right behind. You know, it's incredibly close. And if you look out in the standings now, with Michael Nielsen, who essentially takes the lead for now. He inherits it for now, without really having it on paper, because the other guys are, of course, yet to take their joker lap, which is about a 17-second gain. So, yeah, and Michael is now leading by 11 seconds. So he's gonna, whenever the other guys take the joker, unless he can sort of get out in front now, gain some time. If these guys battle for the provisional lead now, they're going to be losing time, and that could potentially be where that opportunity arises. But for now, it's looking pretty settled. Nothing crazy quite yet. It's about 10 minutes left of the race to go. One long train, and this is for the provisional lead. Ducking down in the front of this train, it's Bobby McGurr, trying to reduce the aerodynamic drag to get the car as far as possible. There are multiple people now diving in to take the shortcut. 6 drivers, from what I could count, diving through the shortcut there and gaining around 17 seconds now. 7 drivers, just someone else narrowing through, and we'll get an update on who that was once they cross the finish line and we get the timing results for that lap. Look at this now. That was basically 6 drivers from the front of the field, right, from the top 10. So that means, look at the gaps now. They feel so much bigger, because before we just had a massive train of cars just running nose to tail. But now the gaps are a bit more spread out. The slipstream's a bit less. But let's see when these guys will take the joker. Maybe it's now, not quite yet. They're going to keep going because now they have the clean air, you know. They're not losing time because they're not really battling anyone. They're just alone. So it's kind of split the race up in 2. That sort of half the top 10 took their joker laps. It split the field up in 2. And now both of these groups of people are just trying to run out there, gain their bit of time, and see where they can end up. Someone in chat asking on which place is Marcus Soholm. Well, he is not racing. That is me. and I am here talking about this racing. So, so unfortunately, I am not racing. But I can assure you, if I was, I would probably not be dominating anything at all. For this type of racing, I'm probably better in a commentary booth. I'm sure these guys out here, they have done so much rental karting. They are really experienced and really skilled drivers, you know, as we talked about. Everything's just optimized just to the slightest bit with the suits, with the weight, the amount of weight they have in the kart, with the way they eat or drink before the race, just to make sure they have the right weight. Because of course, if they're underweight by the time they come in at the end of the race, that's gonna ruin your race. That's gonna completely put you out of it, right? So you don't want that. And all these drivers have experience in getting the weight just right in driving and how they're supposed to do this, because a lot of these drivers have done this for a long time, the rental karting, and have a lot of experience in it, right? And there, for provisional second place, I believe that was Charles Decline diving in to take his Joker lap, which means essentially now the top 12 people have taken their Joker lap, and we're still missing 6 karts down the Joker lap, which will come within the next couple of laps, of course, and then we'll get a final full picture of what this race actually is going to look like at the race end. We can see all the karts just clatting that little tire barrier there, you know, just touching it slightly, and perhaps moving it a little bit around, putting it out of place. But there are metal pipes within these tires that make sure, well, at least the ones in the grass, that make sure they don't move so much, right? So they're kind of a soft barrier that you can just touch. You can just brush it without problems, but you don't want to run straight into them, because that, you know, the tire's not going to move too much. That's one thing, that's for sure. Apart from the tires, of course, that are on the racetrack, you see, to change the layout. There's a bit of side-by-side action going on there as well. The question remains, though, when will we see Bobby McGurr take the shortcut? Essentially, right now, the timing is 15.7 seconds behind Charles Decline, right? And, well, from what we calculated, the shortcut's about a 17-second gain. But these guys were running together. So let's see, he'll be coming down the Joker lap. Any lap now, right? He doesn't have that many laps left to go. That's one thing that's for certain. So we should see him around. But it's very close for the current lead. Charles Decline and Christian just 1/10 behind him, 3/10 to Ian Anderson in the current P3. So they're all running very, very closely, and this could very easily end up in a situation where they lose time because they end up battling each other. We just saw that was Carsten Spahler getting out of the way to not be in the way of these guys. Now let's see if we can just keep an eye out on that Joker lap, see when Bobby McGurr comes down the Joker lap, because essentially he should inherit the race lead. He's still the provisional leader sort of after the Joker lap, and that's one thing about these races, right? You know, there's more to it than just flat out racing all the way through. There's a bit of a strategical element that you need to think about, and that we need to pay attention to, because, you know, the race is not over before everyone's essentially crossed the finish line in their respective positions, right? And currently it's looking a bit difficult to sort of get an exact idea. Currently the bottom 6 drivers, the bottom 5 drivers have not taken the Joker lap, but with that 15.5 second gap, you know, Bobby McGurr in 14th place should come out in the race lead pretty convincingly. He should at least be out in front. The thing is, when he rejoins from that Joker lap, he's also going to have more momentum down the straight, right? So that should be a pretty solid advantage. As long as he can keep that going, as long as he can keep his head down and stay consistent, that shouldn't be a problem for him at all. And that's why, right here as well, these guys perhaps, as there goes Bobby McGurr actually through the Joker lap, comes out with a clear gap down to Charles Decline. No problem there. He looks behind and sees that he has got a massive gap that he just needs to manage now till the end of the race. He's played this absolutely perfectly. to take the race lead. And now the guys behind can start battling, right? Before they were uncertain of where Bobby would come out, but he's come out way ahead of them. So perhaps there's a battle for P2 about to happen. That will be happening right behind us. This right there, side by side into the first corner. And now these guys are going to lose time. You know, Bobby McGurr has essentially already won this one, especially the more these guys battle. You know, already a 2-second gap is looking pretty difficult. Once these guys battle now, you know, that's completely different. Bobby McGurr is just gone out in the lead. But now we're watching this battle for second place. Is there going to be a send down the inside? As we're approaching the end of the race, down through the chicane. Just have a look at that battle for second place. 4 cars nose to tail for second place. And the thing is, if someone spins around or something like it, they're going to lose a lot more spots than just 3 spots. Because right behind them, we have a massive train of around 8 carts total, maybe even 9. So that's a lot on the line. Consequences are very big, but it's the end of the race. No big battles, no crazy finishes, stuff like that, but definitely close for P2. Bobby McGurr takes the race win. Front of Chance Decline. Pretty smoothly executed from Bobby McGurr, just casually running out in front, taking the Joker as late as possible because he had clean air anyways. The thing was, throughout this race, he was never really disturbed or anything. He ran alone pretty much all the way through, and he just made sure to keep that Joker until late on. There was no reason to use it before that. And would you look at that, he takes home a pretty significant victory by 3 seconds, which in these heats, in these 10-minute heats essentially, 3 seconds is quite a lot, especially in these carts where they're also incredibly close. A couple of YouTube comments coming through. Marcus, what's your favorite brand of cheese? That is a very, very good question. To be completely honest, I am not the biggest fan of cheese. Definitely some interesting comments. You know, if you guys have any questions or anything you want to ask, make sure to put it in the YouTube comments. We'll get the answer out of it about the racing, or apparently about what my favorite brand of cheese is. Is Marcus winning this race? Unfortunately not, because I'm busy talking to you, talking you through these races essentially. Next up, Heat 4, round 4, which means now we have 4 heats remaining. Today, the clouds are grey. They've been grey all day. There's been quite a lot of wind. You know, the air when you go outside of the tent that I'm in is heavy. It's like, it feels like rain's around the corner, but it's just never arrived. It's been like this for a couple hours now, you know. It felt like rain's been around, but it just hasn't been here. You can see though on the flags actually on screen right now that yeah, there's a bit of wind, and you can definitely feel it when you go outside. I feel like I'm about to blow away sometimes when I go outside of this tent. Now remember to tune in tomorrow where we have the semi-finals and the finals and stuff like that. We were actually not planning on doing commentary today, which is quite funny, but we decided why not boot it up anyways. The thing is, we have now, well, me standing here and commentating, and we have 1 operator on the camera. Tomorrow we'll have more operators on the cameras, we'll have more angles. We'll also have a camera on me, so you can look at me whenever we're in the studio or in between races, if in case that's to anyone's interest, I guess. But yeah, for now, today, we just live with this 1 camera angle, which is controlled by a lovely man, by Kurt. He's standing up in the tower just outside of the pit lane, filming all the go-karts and stuff like that, doing some good work with a massive zoom lens on so we can see the whole track, right? That's a good thing about where this camera is positioned right now, is you can see the whole track from this angle, right? So it's you know, we don't miss much from this angle. We pretty much see it all. Anyways, the drivers are making their way around the track to start their qualifying laps. And this is so important in these kinds of races because the race is so short. You only have 10 minutes essentially, so the races are so quick, so rapid pace essentially, that qualifying is very, very, very vital to how your race is going to turn out, right? Because if you qualify down to the back, if you make a little mistake or something that costs 3/10, you know, that's going to put you way down with how close this field is. We saw earlier 3/10 covered around 9 positions or something like it. So a small mistake like that could be very, very costly. As the drivers are starting to come around the final corners down in the back. will start getting the lap times now. First one to cross the finish line is Nikolai Duop. Nikolai Masengo now takes it by a massive margin. Gets outbeaten by Sven by just 1/10. You can see that's what we're talking about with these close margins. Slotting in between them is Van Helm. And let's keep an eye out on that battle for pole position. Francesco Ramirez takes it from Kobus, who basically just took it right before. And look at how close this is. I mean, 3/10 off pole position, and you're all the way down in 8th place. It does look like it's Francesco Ramirez for now, but we still have 3 more karts. They need to cross the finish line, none of them challenging for pole position. And it is pole position by 46 thousandths of a second, which is incredibly close. Someone in YouTube chat asking if I like koalas, which, yeah. They're pretty cute. You know, you guys have some very interesting questions in that YouTube chat for sure. Not a lot about the karting, but it's alright. We're having some good fun here, just enjoying some good racing and just chilling and chatting and talking, and yeah, I mean that's essential. I would say I'm relatively, I talk a lot, so it's probably better that I'm here in the studio just talking instead of driving these go-karts. So currently we're seeing the karts line up and get ready for a race start. Francesco Ramirez taking pole position by an incredibly small margin. And you can see that 2/10, right? 2.5 tenths, a quarter of a second to 8th place from pole, and 3/10 to 9th place. And what we talked about before with Noah when he was in the studio was those suits, right? The kart skin suits that help out with an aerodynamical advantage. They do give you a couple of tenths of a second, right? And the thing is, when a couple of tenths of a second could make just an absolutely massive difference, as we talked about. You know, 3/10 of a second on a suit, and that could potentially move you from P9 up to P1. However, you know, it's an up to 3/10 of a second difference, but for sure, all of these small advantages that these drivers end up trying to find, they do pay off, and that's stuff like that that ends up getting you towards the front. We're almost done gridding up the whole field. The last couple of karts just need to make their way around, and then we go for the short formation lap, and then we get underway the racing. Look at the wind on that flag. Quite windy, and that's also something we talked about earlier. You know, with these wind conditions, slipstream definitely has a bit of an effect. You can feel that. As we zoom in on Francesco Ramirez in pole position, the number 54 kart. Weaving onto the formation lap, trying to generate just that little bit of heat in the tires. You know, at these slow speeds, it doesn't help a crazy amount, but it definitely helps just getting that bit of extra heat, and every little advantage matters in these kinds of races. So they're trying to do that by weaving as much as possible. We saw before in the heat, Bobby McGurr even weaving onto the start-finish straight, and that's also a little bit to try and throw his competitors off behind him, to sort of maybe confuse them as to when he's going. Anyways, Francesco Ramirez in pole position. He has the power over the field, and when he presses that throttle, it's green flag. He looks behind him, tries to cover off the inside, hugs the inside line into the first corner, like we've seen pretty much in all race starts. Pretty much the top 10 trying to keep that inside because they don't want to lose the position. A bit of contact down at the back of the field, and it's incredibly close. But a relatively clean start at the front, no battling, nothing crazy like that up at the front. It's at the back where the action happens, where the overtake happens, where all this stuff, a bit of contact there as well, and touching a little bit of the curb. A lot of argy-barging down at the back of the field very early on in the race. As we go onto the back straight for the first time, one thing you can see in the background here, right? You can actually see solar panels. That's because this track is located in the middle of a solar park. There are no citizens around in a close to the track, so there's no noise complaints or anything like it, because, yeah, as I said, this track is located in a solar park in the Danish countryside, essentially, right? Crossing the line for the first time, Ramirez keeps the lead, and there's sort of been broken off a gap here, which we see a couple people diving in to take the Joker lap. Maybe they already felt that this was not going to work out, you know, because at the start, if you're battling too much, if you're in that mid-pack or or at the back battling, you know, you're just going to lose so much time. So they have decided, all right, we're just going to send it into the Joker lap and try and gain the time now, right? Because now they're in clean air. They don't have to worry about the battling. They don't have the advantage of slipstream either, but they can sort of run their own pace. And the people taking the Joker was Nicolai Masengo, qualified 7th, and Birk Selmer. So currently they're running out in front, trying to put down the best lap times possible, right? This is sort of their time now to do the undercut. Now let's see if more people, somewhat 2 drivers down at the back and a couple more taking the Joker lap. 5 drivers? 5, 6 drivers on that lap taking the Joker. Which, once again, we'll figure out exactly who once they cross the finish line, as there's an overtake down the inside into the hairpin. Last year we ran this in reverse, so this was at the end of the straight. This chicane was incredibly fast. You sort of went up the hill, made a little jump, got a little bit of air, and then you broke into the hairpin, which is quite interesting. We don't have that this year. This year they go the same way through the hairpin, but it's 2 different layouts that we're racing on, essentially. Still standing at the front of the race. I think nothing too crazy going on. It's pretty nice, pretty settled. And as you can see in the bottom left of your screen, there's a camera that sort of tracks the exit of the Joker lap and the exit of the pits. That shows sort of what happens on the exit in case the camera doesn't capture it, because the thing is, when you rejoin from that Joker lap, you have so much extra speed and extra momentum from the people who have to navigate their hairpin in a normal way, right? So what happens when you rejoin is you can essentially get a massive run onto the back straight, but you have to sort of filter into the track or to the normal traffic in a normal way. That's why we have the camera down there at the bottom left. You can see sort of what happens on the exit, because that's where action happens. Now, when we ran the other layout and when we will run the other layout tomorrow, we have it in the pits, so we can see the pit stops. We can see the drivers go in and also exceeding the lines, which we had a couple people do earlier. Now, out of the front at the top of your standings is Nicolai Masengo. Of course, taking his Joker along with the other guys he's running with, but these guys now just need to focus ahead, you know, gain as much time as possible. As Kobus as well on that lap took his Joker, and he's just got 1.5 seconds to Nicolai. But Masengo there in second place now, you know, he's just focused, trying to see if he can catch that gap in, because that could potentially be more positions than just 1, right? Because the people that haven't yet taken their Joker are still out there, and they're going to be rejoining the track at any point throughout this race for the last 5 minutes or so. Now remember, the timer at the very top of your screen is the race stops a little bit before that. A lot of cars nose to tail here, but once again, this is the point. You have to be careful. Like, you don't engage in too much battle, don't lose too much time. Which is why we don't really see these guys trying to attempt anything, because essentially they would be losing more time battling each other than just running in a train, and they can't afford that right now. Simply not really the greatest strategy if you've already taken your Joker. As Noah said earlier, when we had him in the booth, as soon as you've taken your Joker lap, you're just going to focus ahead. Try to minimize the time loss until everyone else has taken their Joker as well, because if you lose too much time, it's pretty much over and you can risk getting overcutted by a massive amount. So these guys basically very settled. Sven as well. Sven Henriksen joined in on the Joker there. We can see a little bit of a hand gesture there from, I believe, Elias Tellier. And there it came. The joker from the pole sitter. And you can see he's just got a massive gap now. There's not much to compete with there. He's absolutely run away with it. That's a couple of seconds he's got right there. And with a couple of minutes left of the race, that gap, you know, looking pretty uncertain to change. We have seen it before. We have seen leaders and pole sitters been caught up, right, sort of fallen off at the end of the race. But 2.5 seconds gap, that's big. That's really, really big with a couple of minutes left to go in a race like this. He's absolutely nailed a strategy, Ramirez. But remember, we still have a couple people, the bottom 6 or so, still need to get their joker, but then they're not going to challenge for that race lead in terms of the pace. They're just a little bit too far behind from what we know, right? Because P13, Jerry Van Bussel, is 19.2 seconds behind, and we know the joker is about a 17-second time gain, so he might come out in that battle for second place, but he's not going to be able to challenge Francesco Ramirez for the lead unless something happens in the last couple of minutes, which of course can happen. Everything can happen in these kinds of races. That's why it's generally quite entertaining to watch these races, right? And especially tomorrow. We've had some good racing today, but tomorrow when we get the semi-finals, we get around to the finals, we get the point standing. We get the point standings for the top few title contenders, and then people really start to get their elbows out. You know, that we see that as well in Formula 1 over recent years, right? Drivers like well, Lando Norris and Piastri the last couple of seasons, you know, just racing slightly differently whenever they race in a championship, or race for the championship rather, instead of just racing for midfield positions. The same we see with Antonelli and Russell now. It's just something different when you're racing for a championship title. There's more on the line. You get your elbows more out. There's a need to win. There's a need to win the championship in any racing driver that's battling for it, that has a chance for it at the very front. So tomorrow we're definitely going to see some argy-bargy, some interesting racing. We had that last year. Last year was quite chaotic, especially at the end. There were some pretty audacious and brave overtaking maneuvers last year. Now, another upgrade we had from last year now is we actually have track cameras, 12 track cameras around the track now that are able to look through incidents and stuff like that, look through protests, and rather precisely give out penalties to people, you know, because there's nothing you can get away with in case you don't get spotted now, because it's all on camera. As here, it's a pretty close battle, and you can see that, like, them battling a bit means the guys behind can catch up, you know. Francesco Ramirez out in the lead is loving this, right, because he's just gaining even more time from these guys battling, but these guys are battling for some extra points. That's one thing, that's for sure, and all the points matter in this, because today we're driving for qualifying positions and for points essentially for the rest of, well, tomorrow and stuff like that. And now here we are coming around the final corner of the race, side by side for 4th place. But Ramirez takes a dominant victory out in the front by about 3 seconds, even just a little bit more, and side by side drag race for 5th place. Once again, we saw this last race as well with Bobby McGurr. Francesco Ramirez as well played it absolutely perfectly, and out there some of his friends, some of his teammates there cheering him on as he comes into the pits, and played it absolutely flawlessly there. Got out in the lead, took the joker whenever it suited him best, and just kept that gap, kept on growing that gap slowly but surely. Francesco Ramirez takes a win. I'm going to be taking a short break, but I will be right back, and we still have a couple of good races left to go today, so stay tuned. Formation lap is underway. So we get ready to go racing once again in the Danish countryside. Pole position, Tomek Banadowski. Front of Wera in second place. Of course, one of the title challengers last year at the Danish Rental Kart Championship. He'll be looking to try and take it this year. And here we go. It's time to go green. Tomek in pole position, looking behind him, hugging the inside line to make sure no one gets through. A lot of side-by-side down through the field, even for P3. Just a bit of position scrapping, you know, on the first lap. Everyone wants to try and gain that final little advantage that they can on the first lap. And a couple cars going into the gravel there on the exit of turn 5. Oh, and look at that. A lot of battling and almost even more going into the grass there. Down into the hairpin as we go onto the straight side by side through the chicane. As they all sort of settle into a 1-by-1. A lot of pushing on this first lap of just slight bit of pushing each other off the track and stuff like that. Racing absolutely closely, but Tomek takes the first lap. Ducking down to reduce the aero, but keeps the lead of the race by just 1/10 in the first lap. However, the front guy is currently trying to focus on just getting that gap. Just super difficult. It's so close. We see basically the whole top 7 right within just 2 seconds. Right, there we go. I've returned as a couple of cards dive in to take that Joe clap really early on. Once again, the strategic element which we have in all races in this season of the Danish Rental Kart Championship. There's no races where it's just flat out from start to beginning without the strategic element. Of course, these guys are pushing very hard, but we have that strategic element in every single race that the drivers have to think about and have to manage and use to their advantage as best as they possibly can. So we saw Joey Luring taking the lead for now, but of course not the provisional lead, because we still need these guys that are on the right of your shot that we're focusing on now that took pole position to take the joke lap and gain that big advantage of time. But they still have plenty of time to do that, you know. Right now there's nothing in the way for them. There's nothing halting them in their race right now. It's running pretty smoothly out at the front. There's no reason for them to take it already now at this point. And you can see this long train of cards now with a couple of card lengths between all of them. You know, it's pretty settled race. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. But it's so incredibly close. That battle for the lead. I'm pretty sure we're going to see some overtaking at some point. Well, for the provisional lead, which is this one we're zooming in on now. They are so incredibly close. They're looking around them. We see Wera there in second place. Just looking behind him as well and seeing that, well, he's got a car right behind him, as close as he's got right in front of him, right? And let's see if anyone takes the Joker. They do! We're in second place, and Valdemar Andersen as well taking the Joker. And that leaves Tomek, who took pole position, out in the front alone. Well, in the provisional front all alone, essentially. Will he come down to cover them off on the Joker lamp now, or will he just keep going until later on in the race and hope that his pace, try to push flat out and hope that his pace is enough to keep that lead of the race, right? Because what's going to be happening now is Wera and Andersen, who just took the Joker lap, are going to be absolutely flat out. They're going to be working together, and I can actually see them there as I look outside of the commentary booth. They're pushing each other down through some of the straights, just trying to gain every little bit of time they possibly can. And let's see if Tomek comes in to cover them off now. he doesn't. He stays out for now. As Wera now, as well, on the standings, inherits the lead by just 1/10 in front of Andersen. And yeah, it's incredibly close, this kind of racing, and now it sort of starts to become that speculation game, right? Where are they gonna come out compared to Tomek, who's currently down in 9th place, 16.5 seconds behind. So it's anyone's game at this point. It's just a complete guessing game of where who's going to end up. But it's certainly an uncertain thing that we are going to get an answer on pretty soon. What I'm noticing, though, is there's a pretty convincing gap from Andersen in 2nd place to Jory Luring in 3rd place. There's a 1.5 second gap, which is multiple card lengths that other cards could easily slot into place. And still no joker lap from the provisional leader, from the pole sitter Tomek, who's now down in 10th place. But a couple other cards taking their jokers now, which we'll see in the standings as they cross the line very, very soon. What will end up happening here? This is the 5th heat of round 4 out of 7. So this heat and 2 more heats, and then we're done for the day. And then, of course, we have tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, the big day, where a champion is going to be crowned. A lot of good racing ahead of us. A lot of good entertainment, hopefully, ahead of us tomorrow. As we saw last year, these rental car races, they can be incredibly close. And when a championship is on the line, it can become something completely different. You know, it also gets a little bit feisty, because these cards, remember, they do have that sort of barrier around them, which means you can have a little bit of contact. You can rub a bit on the side of other cards. Of course, we have stewards here looking at incidents and stuff like that, so you can't be rubbing too much. You can't do anything illegal or out of the racing rules, but you can race incredibly, incredibly close, which we also saw last year in the finales. The finales last year were absolutely entertaining, as every single point mattered, and it was quite incredible. Here's Wera in the lead now. These guys just still working together. We're awaiting a joker lap from the pole sitter Tomek, who's currently down in 11th place, and everyone behind him actually as well. He's out of frame now, but he's coming around the first corner, and he's not taking this lap, so he's probably leaving it for the last lap, or the second to last lap. But we have a couple other cards diving in to take their jokers. The field is split across the whole track right now. There are pretty much cards all over the place. But currently what we're looking at here is the battle for the lead of the race. They're still missing Tomek, who hasn't taken his joker yet, but they don't know where he will end up coming out. I can tell you one thing, and that is that the gap is exactly the same as when these guys, P1 and P2, took their joker in the beginning of the race. The gap hasn't changed to Tomek. They're doing around the same lap times. It has maybe changed by a 10th or so. See that? And there he is. He's taking it now. Oh, and he's gone wide. He's hit the tire barriers. He just came through the joker. The pole sitter falling down, losing positions all over the place. That's down to, I believe, P5 now. Just a bit wide. That's what we talked about earlier, rejoining from that joker lap. You have to be careful, because you have a good run, but you need to sort of filter in to the traffic that's already there on the track, and he didn't manage to do that properly. He got pushed onto the grass, and now he's all the way down. So now it's a battle between Andersen and Wera in the lead of the race for who's going to win it, and he has a battle as well down for P5, getting pushed out wide as well. Not wide enough to get the tire barriers, but a couple of cards there brushing it as well. People are pushing to the limits now. We're in the closing stages of this race. And is there going to be a move for the win from Valdemar Andersen in P2? It's about time that he gets it done. Perhaps down this straight, at the end of the straight. He's really close going on to the straight. He'll have to send it down the inside or try on the outside. There's a hand gesture from Wera in the lead of the race. Valdemar Andersen stays behind for now. Is that Wera trying to signal that he wants to go ahead? Perhaps it is. That's right. They still have one more lap left, so perhaps we'll see a move for the lead of the race. But it's about time now. If Vandel Gokartbanen wants to claim this victory. We can see now Tomek, pole position, pole sitter, dropping down to 6th place after going off to the gravel, and that's pretty big in terms of actual raw points. You know, those are important points that you could actually be using. And here comes out on the track, trying to challenge Vandel Gokartbanen, but just about doesn't manage to get it done. You can see there Vandel Gokartbanen in 2nd place, signaling he still wants to go forward. He doesn't want to lose positions. They just want to keep on pushing until the very end of the race, which is going to be just about now. No move for the lead from Vandel Gokartbanen, which means Guerra is going to cross the line now to take the victory in the 5th heat of round 4 in front of Vandel Gokartbanen. Very, very close with Jules just coming out of the Joker on the final lap, and that's what we talked about. You know, it can change right up until the very end of these races. Taking the Joker at the very end, coming out side by side, and almost managing to claim a 2nd place, but ended up 3rd. Look at how close it was. The top 4 within 0.8 of a second, and this is not qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. That's in race pace. They basically all crossed the line within 0.1 of a second. It's been incredibly close, and now we're swapping out the drivers for the 6th heat of the race. I will be right back, so stay tuned. If you have any questions, make sure to put them in the YouTube live chat. We'll try and get them answered, and we'll also have something to discuss. Drivers are changing carts. We'll be right back. welcome you back to the Danish Rental Kart Championship 2026. We're currently qualifying for the penultimate race of the day. It's Heat 6, Round 4. And the drivers are soon coming around the final corners to end their first qualifying laps. We're about to get the results of what's about to happen. Crossing the line first is Vandel, also a title contender here last year. Was incredibly close, but didn't go his way, but absolutely out-qualified by John Del Valle by 4/10 of a second. DeVos puts it in second, also 4/10 of a second off. So the question is, if John has just absolutely put in a massive lap there to take pole position already, Alejandro Perez just slots in second place, 2/10 off. Is anyone able to dethrone Del Valle at the top, or is he just going to keep it just by a massive margin in terms of rental car and standards? Because that is not a small bit. He has 2/10 down to second place and 4/10 down to third place on raw pace alone. The Danish Rental Kart Champion last year and 4-time world champion will be looking to take a victory here. Of course, early in the day he got a penalty for exceeding the pit line. 30-second penalty, finished 17th place, got no points out of it. But since then, it was a first and a second place, and now he's taking pole position. He's looking very confident and very, very quick. So let's see if this is going to be another victory for him. Whether anyone behind him, maybe Alejandro or Merton Brand or DeVos, can challenge him. Certainly going to get close. It's really, really close from third down to fifth on time alone. That's about 400ths of a second, as there's a spinner going up to the formation lap, just looping it around. Just a shake of the head is, while it won't matter much, it's of course a bit of a disappointment that stuff like that can happen. But now you're also, you know, the tires are cooling down now because you're parked for a bit. You're just waiting to get underway. You've just done a quali lap. The cars have just been parked in the pits, so you can see the drivers weaving to try and get some temperature in, because they do just go a bit colder in the time that they're parked still, right? So essentially, first when you leave the pits, it's straight out for qualifying. You only have the outlap to get heat into the tires, and then you're parked again instantly afterwards for this part of the formation lap. So there's a lot of still standing in a short amount of time. So you just want to try and get the tire temperature up a bit. Almost finished with the grid formation. So we're just missing the last couple of cars. Everyone on the grid, just waiting patiently. Not much to do. You're just in a bit of your own thoughts here. Focused on the race. Focused on what you're about to do as we zoom in to pole sitter John Del Valle. Yeah. You can see here now, we're heating up the tires. We're getting ready to go racing for the penultimate race of the day. Let's see what strategies people will come up with now. We've seen most of the times today that the leader has actually preferred to leave the Joker lap for later on in the race. He's had clean air anyways, and I wonder if it'll be the same with John out in the lead. It looked like he had a massive pace advantage in qualifying. Let's see if he can carry that through to the race. Ready to go racing. We're on the formation lap. John Del Valle on pole position. Not looking behind him. There he is, looking behind to see what happens. But everyone just hugging the inside line. It's one long line heading into the first corner. Everyone wants to stay defensive, but at the back of the field, we're 3 wide going through the corner. Someone cutting a little bit of grass. Even though this is not the international grass cutting competition, there's a bit of a little bit of a jump there in the background. We saw that just outside of the standings. He hit the tire barrier and his cart lifted up for a second. He's been pushed out there or something like it. That did not look completely clean, to be completely honest. There might be a little bit of wonders. I definitely saw the cart lifting up just behind the standings there, so that cannot be so well. He's out of the cart though. He's just stepped out of it and they're moving the cart to the side. At least the driver's all right. There's nothing that's gone wrong there. And now we close off the first lap. Someone cutting a bit more grass there on the inside. And already now, the top 3 taking their Joker lap already. Is that so? I didn't see if John jumped into the pits or if he stayed out. Well, we can see that there. So that's very early on. That's the opposite of what we've seen until now. John Delvay and the other 2 drivers in the top 3 choosing to take their Joker lap very, very early on and just push out ahead in the lead of the race. We see the kart there fully removed, and the driver, Conrad Løkke, unfortunately not going to be racing the rest of this race after an incident on lap 1. Lifted his kart. I didn't flip it, but definitely lifted his kart. We just saw it a little bit on the frame there. Looked like he was pushed out. It was a lap 1 incident. As here, a couple more drivers now taking the Joker, and there's a little bit of a tap with the barrier as well. Just ran deep, and now they're actually kind of in a 4-way battle there. I didn't quite see who that was who tapped the barrier. It wasn't as bad as the one we had earlier, the contact we had on lap 1 with the tires. As we can see there, stewards in the foreground talking with the driver, maybe telling him how to get back into the pit safely, because currently, you know, there are karts pretty much all over the track, because half the field has taken their Joker, half the field have not taken their Joker. So they're kind of split up in 2 groups at the moment. Now remember, YouTube chat, live chat is available if anyone's got any questions. We have someone in YouTube chat saying we need a replay of the incident. And yeah, I wish we could have that. It was a bit hard to see anyways, because it was half behind the actual standings overlay. Someone as well mentioning in the YouTube chat that Van Vees is a fresh champion of the Saudi World Series in 2026, and you know, a lot of these drivers, of course this is not the only thing they race, they do a lot of different races around the world, competing in all kinds of rental kart championships around Europe as well. But later on in the year we'll have the World Championships at this exact track, so a lot of these drivers are sort of using this as well as a warm-up for that, as a sort of practice on the track to get used to the track. Because, you know, one thing is practicing, another thing is actually racing the track competitively. You just get a lot more experience, and you learn more, you progress more as a driver when you're actually learning the track in race situations instead of just lapping it in practice. Because here you're under pressure, you know, you have to perform, you have to be consistent and stuff like that, and a lot of these drivers see this Danish Rental Kart Championship this year as a great opportunity to practice and enhance their skills around this track and be even more prepared for the World Championships that will be at this track later this year. Perhaps in hotter temperatures. Even though we're at the end of May, in Denmark it's normally pretty hot, but today has been relatively grey. A comfortable 18 degrees in the air, but a bit of a wind, that's for sure. And we can see that on the flags as well. And the weather's looking very, very similar tomorrow. Also some grey weather, around 17 degrees. And it's been like this all day. We talked about it earlier, you know, it's very grey, it's quite windy, but there's just no rain on the forecast that's headed this way at the moment. Tomorrow will be a little bit less windy, 1 or 2 degrees hotter, and maybe a little bit of sun later on towards the evening. But overall, very similar conditions as we zoom in on the battle for the lead of the race. At the moment, just focused, these 2 guys know each other, and they the John Del Valle and Alejandro Perez in the lead, they will want to work together on this. They will want to just secure as many points for them as possible. And that's what they're doing. They're executing it perfectly right now. I mean, they have 2 seconds down to DeVos in third place. There's absolutely flawless execution from them out in the lead of the race at the moment. They just need to keep going with that for another couple laps of the race. And we see them here in the same race suits, essentially similar race suits, working together, just trying to secure as many points for them as possible. You know, you don't want to battle with your teammates now at this point and lose too much time or whatever. That would be ridiculous if you had to speak to your teammates about that after the race, you know, in case you lose more than just this one position, in case something goes wrong, in case you lose time. That would be far from optimal. Now, I actually believe, do perhaps feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but from the last race, where Wera crossed the line first, it seems like he's been handed a penalty, which means Valdemar Andersen, who didn't make a move on the last lap of the race in the previous heat, will end up inheriting the win and getting some good points there. That was the previous race. Right now, in this heat 6 at the moment, very still standing race. We've seen a variety of different kinds of races. We've seen races filled with action, filled with battling, filled with side-by-side action, and the races like this that are a bit more relaxed. There's not that much battling going on. It's more strategical play like this is right now. You know, an early joker lap from these two guys in the front, and then they've just been working together since then. No overtaking maneuvers or anything crazy like that, and that's also something interesting about this championship, is you get a variety of races. No one race is exactly the same. Some are similar, but it changes every single time. And that keeps it interesting throughout a day like this, and keeping track of point standings and stuff like that, which is interesting now, but will be even more interesting tomorrow. Whenever we're fighting for a championship, you know, we're gonna find a champion. It's a bit more on the line than just qualifying in. Of course, the drivers want to do as well as they can in every race. That's a racing driver mindset, you know. You want to do as good as possible pretty much all the time. But when that championship comes on the line, it's just a bit more pressure and perhaps a bit more focus. As here, in perfect harmony, pretty much. 1/10 gap between these two guys. We see this a lot of time on sim racing and on tracks like Daytona 24, where slipstream and bump drafting is very, very big. The teams that win essentially run the exact same strategy of just working together, because it's an advantage to both of them. They don't lose time to the guys behind by battling each other, but also they do help out each other, right? With a bit of slipstream, we have these go-karts. Essentially, Alejandro Perez in second place will be getting that air punched away from him from John Del Valle in the lead, and he can sort of drag him along, push each other, you know. It's just beneficial for both parts to run out front like that and sort of help each other out. We see this, as I said, in sims, in simulators and stuff like that, and now we've seen it in karting. It's been executed to absolute perfection, as there's a drag race for 4th place, but John Del Valle just takes that victory. Very, very simple, good teamwork, well executed, and some good points on the board. John Del Valle and Alejandro Perez in the lead. Van Wees finishes 3rd, and De Vos 4th, Tisbal 5th. And unfortunately, a retirement, of course, for Conrad Løge, who had an incident on the first lap where the kart almost flipped. You know, it was definitely up on 2 wheels. It was definitely almost airborne, got pushed out a bit, hit a tire, and the car just lifted a slight bit. Didn't flip. He walked out of the kart without no problems. But of course, very, very unfortunate. And, well, I can't imagine that he's very happy and satisfied either. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, it is time for the final heat of the day. This was the penultimate one. We have one more race to go, and then it's a wrap for today. Then, well, tomorrow there's going to be left to find the champion. We'll be right back, but make sure to stay tuned for one final race of the day. And yeah, let's hope for some interesting racing. This was, what we just saw was definitely a show of good strategic teamwork. And perhaps we'll see something similar in the next one. Perhaps we won't. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final race of the day. Karts are going out on track now for qualifying. For one-lap qualify, you can see here, making their way already around their laps. Of course, they only have one lap to get heat into those tires before they go on to their flying lap, which is what we're seeing right now. The drivers trying to do as well as possible. And as we talked about, the position you get in qualifying is just incredibly important, because overtaking around a track like this as well is not necessarily that easy. As we talked about when Novak was in the studio earlier, this layout here might be slightly more difficult to overtake on because of the technical middle sector that is just to the left of the picture right here. But there are more braking zones. And here we have the final qualifying result. Final couple of cars crossing the start-finish line. Currently it's Novak on provisional pole position, but still a couple of cars left to cross the line as Ian Lepelon takes it away by 0.03 of a second. Such a tight margin, but demotes Novak down to second place in front of Max Deckhead and Max Oppenkamp in fourth, and Seb Miller in fifth place. very, very close. Well, top 11 essentially, right? 6/10 down to 11th place, and half a second for the covers the top 9 of this field, right? So it's incredibly close. It looks like we're going to be getting a close race here. Not as dominant as the qualifying last time around by Vandel Gokartbanen and Alejandro Perez. They were absolutely dominating the race last time around, just working together, playing it strategically and tactically well. This right here already looks a lot closer in qualifying, so let's hope for some good close racing in this one. The grid is getting set up and we're getting ready to go racing for the final time today. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, you need to be ready to tune in tomorrow when we're going to be finding a champion. We're going to have the semi-finals, we're going to have another round, but we're also going to have the semi-finals and the finals later on in the day, which is of course points-based. And, well, last year was quite interesting. There was a lot of action, that's one thing that's for sure, and I expect nothing less tomorrow. So, grid has been formed up. We look at Ian Lepela on pole position, next to Novaiko, in front of Max and Max on the second row of the grid. We go on to the formation lap. Time to get heat into the tires. And of course, when we get this race start underway, you know, I expect all these guys to hug the inside line. We've seen it all day. People just don't want to give up a position on opening the inside line into the first corner. So pretty much the whole field, at least the top 10, will probably try to get an inside line. We can see the drivers weaving around and getting ready to go racing for one final time today. The green lights are out, and Ian Lepela floors it at the front of the field. Checks behind him to see if Novaiko is making a move down the inside, but he can't because he covers the inside as they go deep, and that's Novaiko with a hand up in the air. He's not happy with that because he's probably been pushed a little bit, and he loses the spot instantly, but Ian Lepela now gets out the front. A bit of side-by-side action at the back there as well as we go through the technical middle sector. Head towards the back straight. One long grinding snake of karts here. Another side-by-side into the chicane. I believe that's Novaiko that's taken back second place, which was taken from him on the race start. And that just leaves a little bit of a gap now to Ian Lepela. But it's not that big of a gap. Like, that can easily be caught up again without problems, especially when you get a little bit of that slipstream. That definitely helps you out. That's one thing that's for sure. So this race is far from over. As we talked about after qualifying, which was incredibly close, as they're the top 2 go in and take their Joker lap already as well. And there's a bit of contact with the barrier. One tire getting pushed onto the alternative layer of the track, but that certainly isn't optimal. You lose a bunch of time with that, but you also maybe give a little bit of damage potentially to the karts. We can't really see it from here, but definitely not optimal. That's one thing that's for sure. Having a bit of contact there with the barrier. While Ian Lepela and Novaiko took the Joker lap early on. This is what we saw in last race as well. But we didn't see it earlier with the Joker lap. The Joker lap was typically saved for a bit later on by the leader in the races earlier on in this round. So it's quite interesting that we get these type of dynamic races. It's a dynamic situation. Different stuff happens all the time. Now let's see what's going to happen here. Igor Tvorek as well last time around took the Joker as well, it seems. And yeah, now it's all about that strategic play. And the only thing I'm wondering is how the tire barrier might be that's on the side of the road now. It looked like a it was definitely not a light hit. I mean, it wasn't anything crazy, but that's the second race in a row now where a car has had contact with one of the tire barriers. I mean, more significant contact. We see them brushing the tires here, but a significant bonk with the tire barrier. We see the tire's actually been put back. Someone else takes the joker here as well now. Just 8 more minutes of track action remain today, and we'll be back tomorrow morning though. There'll be action pretty much all day. We should definitely tune in the afternoon when we get towards the finals and have some crazy, well, some expected close racing. Last year there was a lot of action, a lot of side-by-side battles, but also a bit of controversy, people battling each other pretty hard and having some fun fights, and yeah, I expect, well, maybe not the same, but definitely some good close battles and stuff like that, respectful racing. We always get that with these kind of rental carts, you know, it's always incredibly close and incredibly tight. It's currently here. You can see there, you can touch the side of the tire barriers, and that's because around the tire is a sort of, you can sort of see it here, right? There's a little bit of thing sticking out, which you can brush without no problems. It's legal to touch them, and without issues. The thing around the tire barriers, you just can't touch the tires because, well, the car typically doesn't like that. But you can see the little thing sticking out from the tires is getting brushed pretty much in all corners. It's a pretty good way of sort of having an apex that you can aim for without any issues here as well. You can see them, they're just on the apex brushing that bit of extra tire that sticks out. As we actually have a change for the lead of the race. Looking at the standings, Noah Weichel is taking it over. Nothing we got on the camera, but you can see there's a lead change in the standings. Let's see what the gap is down to the people who haven't taken their Joker lap yet, which is Max in 9th and 10th. And they're 18.7 seconds behind, which is a bit more than what I actually thought it was going to be. It looks like Noah Weichel and Ian Lepala now has the gap out in front to not have to worry, because it's about a 17-second loss with that Joker lap, and they have almost 19 seconds of a gap now. So that should actually be fine. The actual battle for the lead is this one between Noah Weichel and Ian Lepala. Ian Lepala took pole position, of course, by just 0.03 of a second over Noah. So the pace is definitely there from both of these guys, but they're very closely followed now by Max and Max, who took their Joker on that lap, and you can see them just behind. They're about that 1.5 seconds behind to almost 2 seconds behind, which is, yeah, about what we assumed, right, with that 17-second time loss and the 19-second gap. It makes sense. So to be completely honest, right now Noah's also got a couple card lengths as a gap here. About half a second separates them out in the lead of the race. And here, in the very front of the picture is Noah Weichel in the black helmet, and Ian Lepala following him closely behind. And down behind them in 3rd and 4th is the two Maxes. Max up and coming, Max Deckard following them closely, seeing, just team working together for now, in case Noah and Ian in P1 and 2 have a battle or something like it. There's still a chance for Max and Max to have a position or something like it. However, something needs to happen, or they need to drive a little bit quicker than what they're doing now. Press the throttle just a little bit harder potentially. I think you see Noah there ducking down, trying to reduce the drag, and Ian Lepala in 2nd place signaling to just go ahead and full push flat out. He wants the points for P2, which is definitely just important in general. Just, you know, it's good to stay consistent. That's sort of the goal for these point scoring rounds. You need to stay consistent. You need to be there, and you need to score good points, whether that's winning or just finishing in the top 3 or top 5, you know. Just getting those points consistently is what really, really matters. And they're doing that right now out at the front by playing this cleverly, by not battling it out just yet. In case you actually want to battle, which I'm sure we will see way more of when points start to matter more in the final rounds. You can see there Noah just looking behind him, trying to see if Ian may have a chance or not as we go into the final couple minutes of this race. Well, the final couple of minutes of track action of the day, actually, because this is the final race, and after that we'll be finishing off for today. A lot of good action. Now once again a pretty settled race here. Nothing too wild at this point. Novak and Ian Lepel are now very close out of the front, though. You can see that again, signaling they just want to keep going forwards. They don't want to battle each other right now. However, they only really have one more lap left after this. I believe 1 or 2 more laps after this one, and if Ian Lepela wants to make a move for the lead, he's going to have to, but there goes Noah, defensive to the inside. Defense it, and you can see that just loses you so much time. Max and Max are getting very, very close up behind if they don't battle it out too much either, and there's a tap of a barrier on the exit of the first corner. Let's see that battle for the lead of the race between Novak and Ian Lepela. There it is. We see them making their way down onto the back straight now. Down towards the corner at the very end. Let's see if Ian Lepela is going to try to make a move for position for the lead of the race. He stays behind for now, but you can see that gap, you know, in case they actually battle. Not much really needs to happen, but here it is, the final race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Noah Weichel crosses the line to take the win. After being out-qualified by Ian Lepela, he took the lead of the race and wins it by just 1/10 of a second. Max Up then come in 3rd, and Max Deckert in 4th place. Seb Miller in 5th. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. You can see all the carts now, not going towards the pit lane, but actually going towards the garage, except for the carts that need to be weighed. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's done for today, ladies and gentlemen. That is the final bit of track action for the day. Noah Weichel takes the win of the 7th heat in round 4. Tomorrow there will be plenty of track action. That's when we're finding a champion. The weather conditions look very similar. My name is Marcus Soham. I will be back again tomorrow to talk a lot, because that's sort of what my job is here, just to talk. And yeah, that's going to be the same tomorrow. We're going to have some more drivers in tomorrow to talk with throughout the day, which I'm looking forward to now. I'm going to tune out for now. I hope you enjoyed. I certainly had a good day of watching some good racing, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back tomorrow, so stay tuned.